Morning, David.
We're on YouTube.
Okay, good morning, everybody. If you will join me and stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. First of all, on our agenda, we have the minutes. Gentlemen, have you had a chance to review? And do you have recommendations?
I have. I move we approve the minutes as written.
I'll second it.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded to accept the proceedings of the Board of Commissioners, Montezuma County, February 9th, 2021. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Kim, you didn't put my little sticky.
I'm sorry. It's 5 pages in.
If it's not on the first page, you check, try a different one.
Boy, he's gonna be on it today.
Yeah. Okay. Public comment. Do we have anybody in the audience that would like to comment today? Okay. Very good. Then we're going to go right on. We're going to jump right into the public safety. We don't have any planning this morning, so Sheriff Nowlin, if you would like to come forward and.
Blue circle's almost gone, so that's good. Very good connect.
Let me get... All right.
Ta-da. It's the snow. We'll blame
Who's
it on
that
the
IT
snow.
guy?
If he's not here, he's somewhere else.
Well, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Start off with calls for service. This was sent to you. We had a total of 1,229 calls for service. That was in the month of January. All of our activity will be logged now into CAD, so you'll probably see a more accurate record of calls for service in the months to come. We are very busy with a lot of domestic violence, a lot of other violence that's going on, as well as large drug arrests that are taking precedence when it comes to the jail facility. Any questions about our calls for service? Okay. Jump into
Real quick, Steve.
Sure.
When you said they were gonna be logged into CAD?
Yes.
They haven't been before?
No, they hadn't been about August of last year.
Okay.
Because of the dispute that I'm having with the fees for dispatch, okay, for calls for service, we're going to work this out. We got to get it done. But the thing is, though, is that it takes away from showing you and the public exactly what our activity is in the sheriff's office in the county every single month. But I've had to cut back on some of those business checks, security checks, things like that, in order to reduce the number of calls that the sheriff's office is charged for by the city of Cortez for that dispatch center. So taking that off, we're going to go right back to the way it used to be, so that we have accurate activity logs so that everybody can see what's going on. And hopefully this year we'll get this straightened out with the dispatch center and get it to where the users can actually take care of that instead of a local government claiming the dispatch center. That's kind of where it's at. Okay. We haven't been able to meet with the city council yet like the entire group wants to. They're still They're still not meeting in person yet, so we're hoping that that will come soon.
Sheriff, we're having a board-to-board with them tonight. Three of them will be here, the rest of them will be via Zoom. Be happy to pass along any
Would you
message.
pass
have.
on that the users of the dispatch center would like to meet with them and are planning to in the near future, so we can talk about this dispatch center? Okay. We did meet last year with the city manager, and he knows. When we were having the problems where they were going to increase those fees over $300,000.
Would you prefer to get on council's agenda or do a separate meeting?
Let's wait until I get, because all the fire chiefs and the hospital, or the EMS district, and myself, and the Cortez Police Department, Mancos, and the Dolores County Sheriff's Office needs to be part of that. We all need to be there with them. Because the users are the ones that are supposed to be in charge of that center, and we're just trying to make sure that we get this done right and fairly.
Did they get their audit completed?
Not that
Because
I know
the last
of.
meeting that I was in, they were supposed to have also resolved that audit to see if they had actually got 300,000 or 100,000 in that.
That
They've
went
only
away.
completed through
Yeah.
2016.
This
Yeah.
is a totally different
This was an audit of the
of
dispatch
the
center.
dispatch center. It's
Yeah.
not like a
That
city,
one I
it's
don't know.
just the dispatch
They
center.
said that they couldn't do that until after they got done with their city's audits. That's
Well,
what we
that
were
could
told.
be- Okay, so that goes into the question.
We still haven't
of-
got an audit, okay?
Was it that meeting that we were at?
Yeah, you were there.
That's almost a year ago, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yep, almost, not quite.
There,
And they had, at that point, didn't they just have a new finance?
No, they still
Director?
had the one.
Okay.
And that's what we were arguing
Then-
about.
And then we
But
had
now they've
Burkett, and now we have a
lost.
new one?
Now we have a new one.
Okay,
Yeah, they have a new one. So I don't know where they're at with that,
okay.
okay?
we can ask that question tonight. Where
Yeah.
are they
Sure.
at with that audit?
I'd appreciate that. Well, all of us users want to know. I mean, we're all ready to go before them and talk to them about this problem and see if we can't get it resolved. Yeah, so.
Do you even think it's on their radar? Do you even think they know about
I
it?
don't know if they do or not. I don't know if the city manager has talked to them about that at all. I don't know. I don't know. And I'm certainly not going to go out in front of this without everybody else
Sure.
on board. It's not just me, it's everybody, so. But I have explored and actually moving forward with other options that could be available if this doesn't get resolved, so. We got to reduce these costs. We really do. And I said it in the last meeting, I think that, and this is just, for me and everybody else seem to think about that, a lot of our calls for service deal with alcohol or drugs. Okay, they do. That's fact. And I don't know why the county doesn't have retail or medical sales, all right? But the town of Dolores does, the town of Dolores will, but they already pay dispatch fees. They do. I make sure that they pay in to those dispatch fees to help reduce and cover those calls. Mancos does also, but they don't have the volume that we do. But what about the thought of a certain percentage of the sales tax that's collected from marijuana sales and alcohol sales going toward the dispatch center? I don't know. I mean, it's just something to throw out on the table. It's why not? This is what's causing a lot of our calls for ambulance, fire, and law enforcement. So,
And
something to
that
think
would-
about.
That would have to be determined by the call
That-
volume that it actually produces. I mean, it'd be
Yeah, yeah.
unfair to throw out a number of a percentage right now
Sure.
until we evaluated it.
Yeah. Well, you're looking at about 30 or 40% of these calls that they're going on, that we're all going on, okay? In every one of the communities and in the county as well. So, and so a lot of our mental health issues also deal with alcohol or drugs, our attempted suicides and our suicides. So, our drug overdoses. It all has to do with that. So, I just think that there needs to be some assistance when it comes to that. It's something to look at, what the problems are and how can it be addressed to help cover some of those costs of that dispatch center. So, but we also have been working on since over a year of a regional dispatch IGA. So that really is where it needs to go. We used the Montrose area IGA as a go-by.
Right.
I put that together, we put it forward to all of the users, and everybody has commented on it and made some changes, but I think it looks good. I think that it's appropriate. If everybody would agree to doing something like that, it would certainly help. And it would alleviate when a lot of these costs that are incurred by the county. And I'm not trying to point fingers at anybody, but you know, when the Cortez Police Department, which is where the dispatch center is housed, they don't have a line item for dispatch fees. I do. So does everybody else. How come? I don't know. You see, that's a question. So I don't know.
I think once we get that internal audit of that dispatch center, we'll actually figure out exactly where
Sure.
we're at. But it can't be 2 years down the road.
No, it's got to be sooner rather than later. It
Right,
does.
because
We've gone through this enough.
we've discussed that already 6 months ago, and it was supposed to have been implemented, and it hasn't been basically as of today. I have it down for a question for him tonight.
Sure. And the E911 fees, understand, don't have anything to do with that.
No, that's
Those are
just for
strictly
the
for equipment, okay?
equipment.
Has nothing to do with the dispatch center costs. And that's the way that it should be. Okay.
Okay.
So,
I have
anyway.
3 questions there for you tonight, so.
okay,
I'll
good,
ask those.
thank you. Appreciate it. If you could,
I didn't mean to sidetrack you. but
That's all right,
it
no.
Came to the surface. No,
this is how these things go, so
Yeah.
thanks, let's talk about them. We haven't, we had 3 adults and 1 juvenile transported in the month of January. Those transports are down, however, I'm anticipating those to go up, but we did not have any travel costs other than fuel and some overtime, not much. This is the daily in and out, or the daily numbers rather, with the detention center in the month of January. I've highlighted the lowest days. We had 73 inmates in the facility. We had 86 back on the 11th of January. We're running about 78 right now. We did, and when we get down to Department of Corrections, I'll fill you in with that. This is the daily in and out from the month of January. How many come in and how many go out, arrests versus releases. So you can see it's up and down, back and forth. This is a daily occurrence, in and out all the time. So 51 arrests and 47 releases, so it's kind of so-so. All right, but we always maintain those that are in there that are there for serving sentences or being held by the Department of Corrections or awaiting their trials. This is the Department of Corrections. As you can see, we did lose, we were successful in transporting 8 out to Denver last Wednesday, so thank you very much for your help. I was able to contact the person that I needed to talk to on the phone with the Department of Corrections, and she assured me that they were going to take the remaining 5, but we have 2 more, so we have 7 now that need to go this week. So we're hoping that in between these snowstorms, they'll let us go so that we can be there.
And just so that you guys know, that actually, those phone numbers came from Representative Catlin to myself, who then I got a hold of Aaron Greco? Is that how you say his name?
Pamela.
And
somebody.
then he then sent me to Pamela.
Right. I can't remember her last name, but
Anyway, she is the girl that should have contacted you.
right, talk to her.
Aaron then is the guy that I'm working with to work for reimbursement
Okay.
through the JBC. So just so that you guys are aware of that, also the dollar figure that we get for those DOC holds is 58.60.
57 something now. They reduced it like 60 cents. Yeah.
$58, which is significantly lower than anywhere else in the state, and our costs are higher than just the $58 to house these guys. So I am working with Aaron, and then also hopefully with Steve and the Sheriff's Association to work on these smaller counties to get these dollar values back up.
What do you mean it's lower than anywhere else in the state?
There are some on that list. If you look at Senate Bill
1132.
1132,
Mm-hmm.
on the joint budget committees, it lists some of them, and some of those are named of what they're paying them. So it was really easy to go through the chart to see where we're at, and we weren't even on there. We're not even listed.
So they have agreed to pay some counties more.
Exactly. And see, that's where they can. They can
I've
do that.
always said they can.
So
Yes.
I'll look at Senate Bill 1132, and actually Quorum is the one that called me back on that and said, look up 1132. So I'll sit down with you. I just haven't.
Are you saying the year 2011-32? Is that, what
No,
do you mean
it's
1132?
Senate Bill
Senate Bill
1132.
1132. I
Wait,
think
what
it was
year?
19.
That was last year.
Okay,
Or last year?
Yep,
okay.
yeah,
Um,
in 20.
It comes up. But there are some that are listed, and they're in the high 90s, somewhere in the low 100s, but
Makes sense.
basically where we need to be. He agreed that they understand and they know that that's significantly low, but we just have to work through a different venue to try and get that to where we're actually being compensated at least what our costs are.
Exactly. We should. And like I said, we have the records to show what's paid. You guys received, the commissioner received the letter that I get from the State Department of Corrections every year after the legislators say what they'll reimburse at. And so that's what we were going by, even though we had been fighting for the last year and a half to increase that. A lot of us in the sheriffs or in the state were doing this, and we've even gone up and testified before the subcommittees about the cost and getting those reimbursed costs back higher than what they were given. And we were told it was going to be like $109
109 is what it's supposed to be.
And then I get this letter, and I bring it to you going, well, this is what we got, okay? They won't, but when I had discussions a year and a half ago with the director of the Department of Corrections, he completely understood where we were at and said that they can certainly work on paying more than that set reimbursement amount, and apparently they have with others. How come we're left in the back? I don't know.
And I don't know if that's because of the JBC or
I
how
don't know.
that actually functions and works, because the JBC is the one that sets their budgets for the DOC, right? Or,
I assume. I don't know, and I don't know how much
They do.
discretion they have, like, line items or what, or whether they even need JBC to make that decision. I would think that DOC could make that decision, but I might be wrong. Maybe they need a line item from
Everything's
JBC
got to
in their
go through
budget.
JBC before it comes out, yeah.
so, I guess to say all that, I rattled the cage again to see where we can get, to see if our DOC holds will
Yeah.
at least compensate us for what our costs truly are, and not.
So, looking at from their side, from the DOC side, if you're having to pay 109 to these other facilities, and you're paying, what,
57.39.
57 here?
58.
I'd leave them here because you're getting such a good deal.
But we
There you
don't
go.
have to accept them, which is also another thing that we have done,
Right.
is we have also stated and send them a letter saying, hey, we're not gonna hold your hold.
Right.
Because you're costing our taxpayers
Right,
50%, and we're not gonna do it.
Yeah.
no,
Because they're their hold. The DOC, it's now your person,
Yeah.
not ours.
right.
Well, it's never been fair. And the thing is though, that squeaky wheel always gets a little bit of oil, okay? Well, maybe we haven't been squeaky enough or squeaky too much. I don't know where it's at. I don't know. So, but as you look at this, the dates there that they came in or were sentenced, okay? The thing is, though, is that they go clear back, okay? And so it's really important to get them in and out of here within a reasonable amount of time, and that is generally within 2 weeks. We shouldn't have them any more than 14 days. We shouldn't. I understand that they've been up and down, closed, on and on. We all get it. We do. But you can't forget about these people because it puts a burden, as we have experienced, on our detention facility and opening up space that could be available. That's the thing. So anyway, it sounds like we're on a right path of trying to get things worked out, and we'll just keep it going from there on a good note. this is what our expenses were for the detention facility and holding inmates for the month of January. 16 inmates for the Department of Corrections, 296 days, $58.56.
Which in reality, that number should be double.
Yeah. So they were billed $17,333.76. And one thing about it, they pay every month. So we bill them for the $75 a day. They're billed that amount, but this is what they send us. Okay. So close to $200,000 just for the month of January with those 79 to 86 inmates. The thing is, though, is that understand that if this jail reform bill passes and whatnot, this is going to be where there are no more municipal arrests. So you're not going to have any fees being collected from municipalities because they're not going to put them in jail. I don't know what they'll do, but that's just something to be ready for. Everything's going to be a state charge. And so I think we need to think about, you need to think about what you want to do when it comes to that. What you can and can't do legally, okay, about reimbursement costs, okay, on state charges. And that would be for all agencies across the board. And I don't know if you can. So, something to think about, okay? These are the fees that, the sheriff's fees that went into the general fund. We had a total of $23,971.46 that went into the treasurer from the sheriff's fees that were collected. Okay. Any questions about the jail? Nope. Good.
I think we have them all.
We have.
They haven't picked up some of those.
Yeah, thank goodness. And we'll keep going. I just want to highlight with the joint drug task force, and that's our narcotics detectives, one each from the Cortez Police Department and from the Sheriff's Office. Last year's totals, let's see, 3 individuals, there were multiple arrests, 100% conviction rate on all of these drug trafficking charges that took place throughout the year. 3 of them were sentenced to federal penitentiary for a minimum of 20 years. Minimum mandatories under federal law are always a good thing when it comes to this. The amount of drugs that were seized just in those operations were 800 grams of methamphetamine, 44 grams of heroin, 105 grams of fentanyl, 19 grams of cocaine, 8,236 pounds of marijuana, $37,087 in cash, and 11 firearms by drug offenders just in last year. So that's just a drop in the bucket, okay, of what's really going on. I do want to talk about the sheriff's budget as far as the salaries and stuff. I am anticipating I would like I talked last month, I need to increase salaries for the sheriff's office employees. Are you willing to take a look at that?
I thought we did do that, didn't we?
It's in there. We
Well,
just haven't done anything.
The 3%.
We gave everybody countywide a bonus that'll go out the third paycheck in April. We did not increase salaries. That was a bonus. The
Correct.
reason we did not increase salaries is not because people didn't deserve it. We just don't have any idea what our funding structure looks like moving forward, since
So instead
Gallagher
of
was
a-
repealed but not replaced.
Correct. So instead of doing the 2% COLA, we put in the budget to do a 3% and an actual 3% received. So it's, I think it was almost 4% to us, correct?
Correct.
Within the budget to everybody within the county, so.
Sure,
that
I
was in
understand
there,
that,
so-
and I understand where that's at. I just want to bring to your attention that the fees that, the budget dollars that were always returned, just on the sheriff's budget itself, are up there. Anywhere from, 200,000, last year was a lot, 716,000 were returned back to the general fund. There's always going to be savings in there, always. On the jail side, it's the same thing. The same amounts, they're high amounts that come back. Because they're just budgets, they're not an actual expense of what's going to happen. But the thing is when I put pen to paper and looked at those salary increases, the thing is it's not going to have that detrimental effect on the overall budget and the general fund dollars. It isn't. And I can show you that we're only increasing it anywhere from 47,000 on the sheriff's side, because 30% of those permanent salaries, as you looked in there, come from certified officers paid out of LEA. So those figures are always going to be higher on the sheriff's side, even though 30% of those salaries come out of LEA, which is depicted in the LEA budget. Okay? So it's not that much of an increase. It's certainly not going to affect the overall budget for the sheriff's operations at all. And so I'd just like you to consider it, take a look at it. It's not going to be, I sent it to Shak. I don't know if he sent it to you, but we have 38 FTEs approved on both the sheriff's side and the detention side. And so with 30% of the salaries being paid out of LEA, the actual sheriff's permanent salaries is only 1.1 million, not 1.5. Make sense? So the current permanent salaries would be 224,000 for 5 FTEs in LEA. That is what's covered by their full pay out of LEA, those 5 deputies. Okay. So it's an increase for the 30% of 356,000 in LEA, and those funds are there. On the sheriff's permanent salaries on that side of the sheriff's budget, it's just going to be increased $44,000. It's not that much, but yet it helps with that recruitment and retention that we talked about, that I'm trying to work toward. Not looking for any big things to happen. And none of these have any effect on me. I don't get a raise. I'm just like you guys. Okay, our salaries are set by the legislators. I don't do anything in the sheriff's office that benefits me.
I think that this will probably, because I actually didn't see this, and I might have just missed the email, but.
I think I forwarded it to you, but.
And that's fine. I think we should probably just sit down in a work session with Shak, Phaedra.
Let's do that.
All 3 of us, and we can
Okay.
actually decipher this in depth, and then we can make a better informed decision. But
So,
right now, me personally have not viewed this, and again, I might have missed the email.
Sure.
But
And I'm ready to.
so just so the board understands, what would have to happen is you would have to make a resolution to amend the budget after your decision.
Well, and-
which
know.
can be done. I'm just
yeah, and I
telling you, that's
understand
the
that. And I'm
process
just
that it has
the
to
big
go
picture
through.
right now, Steve. Without recruitment and retention is something that we have to look at countywide.
Yes.
I understand that.
And when we start doing this, we're going to now get hit with 21 other departments that are going to try to justify the same thing, and I understand that. I get it, but we still only have a finite amount of money to work with.
I know that.
And we can't overspend that specifically because, like Shak just said, we don't know what we're going to be receiving. So if this goes into an actual increase of salaries, that goes into perpetuity to where, and I understand where you're coming from.
I do.
I definitely understand that. However, I think it just needs to be sat down. We need to do a work session and figure out for sure what we're going to do. And in probably after June, if they're done in June, July, we're going to have a better idea of where actually we're going to be. So,
Well, and the thing is that I just want you to understand that the budgets that I put forward, okay, are what is requested and what is needed, and not anything more than that. But I save money in each one of those, and most of all of those line items every year. If I need to adjust in there for reduction of certain line items because of this, I have no problem with that. So long as, again, taking care of my employees. Okay?
And I
get it.
appreciate that.
I understand where you're
I
at, but the
understand
thing
that.
is, I have to take care of them.
But
that
we have
not
to look at it
received
as
anything.
they're all our employees.
I know
We
that.
don't just look at department.
I know
We
that.
have to look at,
I'm not asking you
everybody.
to.
So-
Okay? I'm not asking you to say, to put the sheriff's office out there in front of everything. I want us on that list. That's all I've asked, okay? From the very beginning. And it's very important to do this because we are competing with so many agencies now, and with everything else that's come down on us. We are meeting those, okay? And just a few weeks ago, your sheriff's office is certified now, okay? As a professional law enforcement agency in this state and in the United States by the Department of Justice, so just so you know, okay? It's because of what we're doing, all right? And that's why I can keep applying for grants, both federal, state, and otherwise, okay? And that's so very important. It saves general fund tax dollars. It does.
so what works, Shak? Let's go ahead and get something set up in the near future, whatever. You guys communicate, set it up, and we'll actually do a work session, and that'll give us time to get more information put together.
Yeah, I'll get my calendar checked and I'll get with you Thursday to schedule a time.
That's fine. I have a board meeting web-based in the afternoon, but
Yeah, I'll
I'll
get
be
with you
open any
sometime
time.
Thursday morning.
Yeah. Okay.
All
Anything
right?
else? I can take up more time if you want.
Nope.
Thank you very much, you
Thank you,
guys.
Steve. Appreciate it.
I'm going to turn this off.
Okay, Mr. George, I see you came in, so you are up next.
Good morning.
Morning.
Questions?
Thanks for coming.
It's been a very busy year. We're right
We don't
now-
like to hear that in February.
I know, I don't either. I'm running right about double of where normally I am. I've ran 48 calls in the last 2.5 months, which is about 5 months, almost 6 months worth of calls. So it's been busy. I can't keep going like this. I can't keep going like this. Started out yesterday at 1 in the morning and finished up at 11 o'clock last night, so. But so far we're at 1 suicide, 1 motor vehicle accident, I believe 1 overdose, and just a bunch of weird things. We did do an autopsy last week with Dolores County in our facility. They really liked it, made it a lot easier for them not having to go to Durango, but they don't do a lot, but I think everybody was happy with it. So, any questions?
Is that a uniform, George?
Pardon?
Is that a uniform?
Uniform.
Or what you're wearing? Are you wearing a coroner's, Montezuma County coroner's uniform? I can't read it.
Yeah, it's got a patch on it.
Nice.
Yeah.
I haven't noticed it before. That's fine.
I've had it for about a year and a half.
Cool.
So.
This is what he's talking about when he says you never pay attention to him.
To the uniform.
Nobody ever pays attention to me.
I'm sorry, what?
So I don't have any questions. I hope, obviously, that you slow down
Thank you. Me too.
significantly, but I don't have anything right now. Will you be sticking around for the emergency manager's report?
Sure.
Okay, good.
Give me a chance to rest.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, George.
Unless your pager goes off.
Matt, or Matt, you look different this morning.
A better version of that, right?
Yeah.
I'll second that.
A better version of Matt.
Yes. He's in court, so he apologizes he couldn't be here. I was just going to let you guys know, Sheriff already mentioned, DOC took some people. Matt's meeting with the judge Wednesday afternoon to kind of go over maybe some different bond ideas. And then other than that, we've just been very, very busy ourselves as well, unfortunately. We're drafting advertisements and figuring out where for our additional attorney and open investigator position. So those will be going out in March. Hopefully we get a decent response from those. We didn't from our attorney one that we did in December. We don't know if it was winter time or what, but we're going to try again in March, hopefully get a better response. And I'm working with the state to figure out a way to pull better statistics for you guys, so I'll have that every month for you. Right now, the best way we have is to bother the court, and they have a whole form, and they have to send it up to the state, and so it's not very time efficient. But I'm hoping to give you guys an idea of what the actual docket looks like, and what the types of cases are that the attorneys are handling weekly, or it'll be by month, and also what the new incoming cases are and whatnot. So working with the state on how to get that easily for you guys, and I'll have that next meeting. But other than that, we're just plugging along. So,
Clarissa, are you all advertising for an entry-level attorney, or what do you advertise for?
we didn't even specify. We just said, pay depends on experience. We were going to advertise with, the Boulder and Denver universities, because March they should be getting bar results.
Yep.
And so that's why we were planning for that time frame. It'd be great if we could get somebody with 8 years of experience, but fairly unlikely. So we'll take whatever we can get in our little corner of Colorado. So sometimes, as the sheriff mentioned too, we're competing with a lot of other places for salaries as well. So it's always tricky finding that point of, what's reasonable for the area, but what you're also competing against in the entire state. So it
Is
what it
there
is.
any feel at all for when jury trials will resume?
No, so that was one of the things Matt's been bugging Judge Walker about, and still has not gotten a straight answer whether they'll be going in March or not. So he's hoping to bring it up again on their meeting on Wednesday and see if he can get an answer, but we are not getting any direct answers as of yet.
Okay.
So we're still scheduling them, we're still prepping for them, planning for them. Subpoenas are out, jury trial notebooks are prepped and made, but we don't know yet.
Does
Thank you.
Matt know?
So-
He probably does, but if not, maybe just touch base with him. I received something from, I have no idea where, but it's a spreadsheet that shows all 22 judicial districts and when their dates for resuming jury trials are. Each individual judicial district shows a date, except for, I think, the 6th and 22nd.
Probably, it wouldn't surprise me. But
And so that might be something that'd be handy for him to have.
I'll make sure
Yeah.
that we find.
Because I
that.
have that. Again, I don't recall, I get emails from everywhere.
Right.
But I do have that spreadsheet, pretty
Okay.
recent spreadsheet. I think it was maybe last week or so that came out.
Okay.
Could you email it to Mike Chenard, and maybe we'll wallpaper his office with it?
Got to find it, but
If you
I did
find
see
it, let me know. If not, we'll, I'm sure, have
I'll
other
find
resources
it.
we can find. Okay, great. I don't know if you guys have any other questions. So,
Thank you.
yeah, thank you.
It would be nice to see that
Yeah,
that
my-
data, because I want to see where the DV cases are. I mean, I think all of those are on the rise. I think a lot of other things along with COVID, that we're going to be dealing with those for a long time.
Absolutely.
And I think COVID is hiding, or has hidden, a significant amount of the juvenile
Child abuse.
DNC and that type of stuff.
Yeah, we haven't seen, some stuff comes up by them attending school, whether it be, abuse at home or them acting out and having their own cases. There's certainly a lot that is caught from going to school, and so I agree. I think some of that has sort of been hidden over the last several months. So now that, mostly back in person, it'll be interesting to see. But yeah, I'm just finding a good way to get that and present it to you guys. I'll probably send over a draft and just see if you guys like the format that I come up with.
Perfect.
Because that's what I was saying. I can pull what new cases are being filed really easily, but I don't think it gives a good picture of what our office is doing, because it doesn't show. We have a traffic DUI case from 1997 right now that we're dealing with. So it just, it's very sporadic, what we get and what our attorneys deal with on the day-to-day. So I'd like to have that as a whole picture for you guys as well.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
All right.
And I found the spreadsheet. I'm sending it to you and Matt and
Okay,
Shak
thanks.
right now.
And Mike?
Okay, Mr. Spratlen, Emergency Manager.
Morning, Commissioners.
Good
Good
morning.
morning.
Morning, Kim. John, Shak.
Good morning.
Hopefully this won't be real long.
I'll cover
You
all
gave us a lot
that.
to read late last night.
I know, it sort of started flowing in yesterday, so I sent you kind of a dissertation on at least the Aspen Wallwood. So you guys get a copy of the situation report every week, so you got an idea of kind of what's going on. Just the highlights, of course. The school's full operation. They're up and running. Kind of pleased about that. Communication dispatch is fine. All that equipment that we put in there and that fibers seems to all be working so far. Some of the highlights, again, we moved to yellow on the state dial, and it's a dial 2.0, so it's a different kind of information that we're expected to follow, I guess. A little bit different, but it's out there. A lot of people are actually paying attention to the dial and the requirements for it, so we're not getting a lot of calls on this, so it's really good. The vaccines are going out. Public Health's knocking it out of the park. They're doing an outstanding job setting these up. A lot of time, a lot of appointments, but we're getting them out there. It looks like as of last February 7th, and I was waiting for a report today, haven't seen it yet. Total of 4,600 plus doses have been given out. And then we gave out quite a bit more. So we're probably pushing almost 5,000 doses.
So when I was looking at that dial last night in the meeting with the other commissioners around the 12 southwestern part of the state, so the tribe is separate from these numbers, is that correct?
Yes.
So theirs is specific to just the Ute Mountain Ute tribe, and they're like at 80%? Is that? 'Cause they
Don't
only
know.
have like
Haven't received any information from
1,800
them.
Or 2,000 people down there total?
Right.
Okay.
So I think they're pretty much knocking that out of the park over there, but like I said, there's only like 2,200, I think, total.
I think between Utah and Colorado.
Right.
correct.
So they've been doing some clinics. I know February 4th was a big one over at the casino. They were looking at, I think, 400 plus then on the 4th.
So
So
again, these 5,000, 4,600, 5,000 are not including those. That's
they're not
specific,
including the
separate.
tribe. That's my understanding. I know if Public Health was here or and they might be listening, they'll text me quickly to tell me the truth. But I'm going to say no, they're not involved in that total. Long-term recovery, we're still working on with a lot of the businesses. Axis Health has been outstanding. We've got a lot of crisis counseling available for everybody. Tri-Chambers working really hard. Gift programs, relocation guides. You guys were presented on that, I think, by Susan at one point. Looks like all the governments are running just fine. National Guard, we may be, one guy is going to be reassigned here in about a week or so. We'll keep the other one till March 31st. I still got a lot of little odds and ends for him, so he'll still be here. And our PIOs are working, trying to put together the PSAs for transportation. We're going to do some more this week, I believe. I haven't got with Vicki yet, but they're pretty busy developing and trying to deliver the messages for the vaccines and everything with the health department. And that's about it. We've got our infection report here, the latest. I haven't seen today's again, but it looks like we're starting to go down. And so we ended up with 3 over a 2-day period that were tested COVID positive. And I'm looking at different percentages that are in reference to positive versus negative tests, and then positive versus our population. And I'm still coming up with pretty close to the same figure. 6.3% of our population had COVID. There's so much variance there. Someone goes in and takes 4 different tests. That throws the variance off. Yeah, so it's kind of a mix, but this is about as close as I can get based upon the state figures that we have. So, and it's dropping. Everything's dropping down pretty good. We're going to talk a little bit about the hazard mitigation plan when that comes up. I've been working with Colorado Wildfire Protection Plan with Rebecca. We're going to get that thing up and running this year. And been doing a lot. There's a lot of stuff in there. If you have any questions on the situation report, we're just moving ahead. Never a dull moment in emergency management. Not as exciting as the sheriff, of course, but we're still pretty busy. Oh, and while you're working on the sheriff's money, you can work on mine too. That prep, yeah, you can just throw it in that workshop too if you'd like, so it'd be fine.
Of course. I'm surprised George didn't ask for more.
Yeah,
when he was
George.
up here. I was a
George's is set by
little
the
taken
state.
back there, George.
George, yours is set by the state. You might need to meet with your state representative.
See how they are, George? It's just not right. All right, so gave you the policy on the misconduct. It's actually a misconduct guidance. It's 7 pages last month when I presented, and I hopefully you've had a chance to look at it. It's pretty short and sweet, 7 pages. I was hoping today that we had the opportunity, if you have anything that you want to present or change, let me know, but I was going to get you to sign it today, if that's okay.
I think the biggest thing was that the attorney stated that it's their guidance. They're not hard and fast set rules, and it says guidance.
Yep. It's
Therefore,
changed.
it helps with us.
Does that help, John?
That's my preference.
Okay, well, that's what it says, misconduct guidance.
Yep.
So, if we're good with that, I have the signature sheet to pass around.
Yeah, I don't have any issues the way it was presented after that was changed. Do you
Okay.
guys?
And do we need a motion or just a signature?
We do need a motion.
So
Okay.
if you can move it forward.
Well,
Joel.
and a second and a vote.
Would
Just throw
you
that
hand
out there.
to, I guess it's on the screen.
Okay. I would move that we sign the Montezuma County misconduct guidance.
Second.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded to accept the newly stated Montezuma County misconduct guidance dated February 16th, 2021. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Generally, I don't need guidance for misconduct, I think. So.
It's like the, on a coffee cup to tell you that the coffee's hot, be careful, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. What can I say? You would think it would be self-explanatory. but- Stay. All right. And then we presented the policy on procurement. That was a lot longer than the rest of them. And we're going to look at it, all the staff is going to get together in March, but I was just wondering if you had anything or any comments on that policy, because it's pretty extensive, and it's supposed to cover all the bases. If you have anything, please get it to Shak or get it to me. Yeah,
Are we
or-
going to discuss that in our department head public official
We
meeting?
are,
Because-
Jim had asked for your comments prior to that meeting, and then we would get the department head and other elected official comments during that meeting.
When is that meeting? It's next month?
I believe so.
March.
And is this something that we are going to ask the elected officials for buy-in or not?
I mean, we, I mean, you could ask Steve for buy-in, and the next sheriff could say, I'm not doing this, I'm an elected official, screw you. As long as I don't outspend my budget, what's it to you? So, I mean,
I mean, we can do
get
it
buy-in
without-
from as many people as you can.
Okay.
And I guess that's my consideration, as I'd like to hear from the elected officials to see what they think about this. Obviously, it's,
Well, and for us, the department heads, the non-elected department heads, we want their buy-in because they're the ones that will have to abide by it.
follow it.
Right, they have to understand it, so, and it's pretty detailed, so that's why we wanted to get it with department heads and the elected officials, and have them look it over. Again, it went out already one time, it looked like the main Shak, finance, myself, I think the sheriff looked at it, but we sort of approved it to send it up to you guys for the next approval, and then to look at it, and if you had any comments, and then we're going to get with the department heads. So just wanted to throw that out there. It's on its way. All right. And the main reason for the misconduct and the procurement policy and the personal information policy that we did was because the state of Colorado required us to have something in place for these federal grants and state funding that comes down through the feds. So that's why I'm involved in doing these policies. I'm not excited about doing policies, me and my whole department. So I'm trying my best just to get these out from other departments and get an idea of where we're headed with these. But they're pretty good. They're not bad. Hazard mitigation plan. So that was 18 months worth of playing with that wonderful plan, talking with the community, dealing with just about every entity you can imagine, getting input. And then we got all the department heads. We got all the governments involved, all the managers, and we sat down and really hashed this plan out. So it's an updated plan. It's required by FEMA every 5 years. We're coming up on 5 years in June to expire, so we've met that. We've sent it up through the state. DOLA looked at it. We changed a few odds and ends here and there. For DOLA, sent it to the feds, and FEMA said it's ready to go to you guys. So you should have a copy of it. It's only 365 pages. Yeah, and I didn't expect you to kind of read that overnight, but it's been approved. It's a pretty good
You need
plan.
to raise your expectations.
I know, I have high expectations of my board here, yeah. So,
Well, you only sent us 300 pages last night.
yeah, so you're pretty good. So this one by itself is 365, so hopefully Shak will pass it on to you. That'll give you a month to look that over. I'd like to see it signed hopefully in March at my next meeting. That's possible. And any concerns that you have with it, please email me, and we'll go over the reasons why certain things are the way they are. Appreciate it. And then the last, but never least, is biomass and all of our efforts that we've been working on, Aspen, Wallwood, on the mitigation with that the slash pile burning. I sent a memo last night. I know you guys didn't have time. I just finally got most of the information caught up to get the rest of the memo out to everybody. The first 5 pages of the memo was last time I sent this information to you about what occurred. Starting on page 6 is the memo that I gave you, and it highlights CDPHE and their email to Shak that we received. They were concerned about runoff, water runoff, and going through that smoldering pile and causing any kind of sediment to go out into the creek there. So we got to looking at it. We had a discussion, I don't know, last week. Yeah, last week. And So we got together, we being the sheriff, the fire chief, Dave Sitton, the owner, myself, Shak, and
Cody
CDPHE, our health department, Cody. And we got together and we had a pretty good meeting about all kinds of issues with this pile. One of the things that we decided was, first of all, we got to have runoff, and we got to have a lot of runoff for that ash or sediment to get even down to the base of that hill. And if it did, it would have, according to my measurement, if you would look at the map, there's
You want the topo?
yeah, let's go to the topo map.
I think it says 375 feet.
Yeah, I was trying to measure that, but we're talking a little over a football field to go from the bottom of that right there all the way across flat ground into the river, and that's not going to happen.
And I'd like to point out the obvious. Of course, I'm not a engineer that's been hired by CDPHE, so full disclaimer up front. But if sawdust running into the river has never been a problem, chances are the ash in the same location will not be either.
Yeah, we're pretty much determined that's not an issue. It's a non-issue, so we're good with that idea. We thought it was around 200 and something. The way I measured it, it's around 375. So it's quite a distance to travel on flat land, and we're not going to get that much runoff. If we did, we're going to have some other problems going on in the county. So we're good with that for now. The fire concerns, it was still smoldering on the ridge on the south side of the pile. We've been putting a lot of snow on it. We're unable to really reach down and pull up any more debris and try to stir it without a bigger excavator or some extended equipment. So we looked at that. We were hopeful that it's going to burn on its own and that it would go out before spring or when the hotter months comes, because we don't want that to have an impact on us there. That could be an issue. Or we're going to get larger equipment also out there to stir it. And then one of the ideas that just came up, we found out, if you look at that heat signature, that the sheriff was able to fly one of the state's units. That's pretty hot. That's warmer than we thought. We at one point we figured it was 85% burnout, and we got 15% left in there. But that's pretty deep. That signature is pretty hot. So with that, in short-term mitigation right now, the owner, we're going to run a dozer around the bottom rim of that canyon and attempt to windrow some of that ash and hot spots, push them further out to the side. This is actually going to aerate that a little bit better and try to burn that up if that's possible. We're hoping that we can burn that up quicker. Unfortunately, there's going to be a little more smoke, and we're going to have to deal with that smoke issue. But the mitigation is back to more smoke, get it done, hopefully get it out by summer.
And I don't want to make light of anybody dealing with smoke concerns, because smoke can be nasty. There can certainly be health consequences. And I don't want to make light of that at all. But if I had my rathers of being downwind of the fire with a good snow load between me and the fire, or downwind of the fire and dry timber between us, I'd rather be downwind of the fire with a good
what
snow
are
load
the
between.
air monitoring? I know that the health department was setting up some air monitors up there. What are those readings, and then what are the readings in Dolores? Is this settling and going back down that canyon?
So I have not seen any more smoke settling or those monitors. I haven't had an issue with the monitors yet. The Dolores monitor is still out, right? Because we're waiting for the internet to really hook up there a little faster speed. The other monitors that were put up, I have not heard from Cody or anybody on what they look like. I know it was up there looking at the smoke, last week. There wasn't much smoke. I mean, it's just slowly seeping some smoke. Now, it's going to take off if we can get aerated underneath. I'm going to say it's going to go. So then we're going to get some more smoke. So that would be my recommendation on some mitigation right now, getting that thing taken care of. Talking to some other people that have had experience of slash piles burning, On a slope like that, it's very difficult. If it's flat, you can start digging it out right away, laying it out, get it watered, move it, and start moving it. But where we're at now, it's putting water on it's not going to assist us. We have to burn that.
That's
So-
too steep.
So that was one of our things. The long-term mitigation, not just on Mr. Sitton's property, but I have various other properties that I listed that still may have some remaining piles. We had discussed looking at the 2015 International Fire Code, and in here I have the fire code for residential that's in here, and then for commercial. It has certain heights and widths and how piles not to exceed 25 feet in height, 150 foot in width, 250 foot in length. And then, of course, later on, we start looking at some of the other mitigation efforts that we have. There's exceptions in here. And then we talked about putting it, instead of putting in a land use code, and our land use code already has several items in there. And I've written that up on your handout that shows it in highlight. In item number 22, NFPA standards and any fire code or standard employed by appropriate fire district apply. We have nuisance standards in there. Item number 22, of course, I just read, and then it has one in item 28 about dust and smoke and particulates, but the 3102 special use permit in the land code talks about requirements of chapter 2 of this code to aggravate an existing wildfire hazard or create a wildfire hazard to structures or adjacent property. I don't know if this just meets Mr. Sitton's property now, but it might meet some other properties later on. The issue with a land use code was brought to my attention that we end up sending a letter to the person saying, fix it, and then they don't fix it. Then the attorney sends a letter and says, fix it, and they don't fix it. So we don't have a lot of teeth in this, but it is in the land use code right now, somewhat. I mean, we would have to massage that and look at that if we decided to go land use code. If we decided to go an ordinance, then we have to have an enforcement there. And the enforcement would either be fire chiefs, which I'm hearing they would rather not enforce it, or it would be the sheriff, and he's got, nothing to do in enforcement, right? You got other things going on. But it's possible if we wanted to do the ordinance through the sheriff, but we would have to build an ordinance for that.
We can still bring criminal charges from land use code violations. We haven't since I've been around, but they can be summoned, fined, jailed for up to 10 days, or we can bring civil cases. We have on a couple of occasions, very infrequently, but once the BOCC has become frustrated enough with non-compliance, brought civil cases. But we do have a mechanism to summons them. I mean, theoretically, it would be the sheriff or CPD or wherever the property was, cite the land use code and get them a court date. So they could be fined through the criminal court system or jailed. I believe the minimum jail time is up to 10 days in jail, but that's per day of offense. Same with the fines, are per day. So it can add up.
Right.
So there are enforcement mechanisms. The truth is, we don't really have an enforcement division from planning, so we use it few and far between.
Right, right. And so, yeah, these are some of the, I'm just giving you information as far as land use code or ordinance, if we were going to go that route. But I think I was talking to the fire chiefs yesterday. I talked to a lot of the owners yesterday, and for the whole week, we've been kind of discussing this. So I think our recommendations at this point to carry on in the future issues would be communication and education, first steps before an ordinance or a land use code is put into effect. I think we setting up meetings with all the owners, fire chiefs, the sheriff, county officials, It's a good way to come up with solutions, long-term goals we can implement for everybody's benefit. I think the sawmills, of course, they have a threat there from fire, but they're a needed asset to help our forest thin down, et cetera. We have to live together, and I think before we decide, this is my opinion, this is my recommendation, before we decide to take off and make ordinances or whatever, I think we need to sit down with all the owners and hash this thing out and see what best practices are and see what we can come up with some kind of decisions on this. One of the other mitigation ideas that we had after we all discussed is, I mean, we could get a biomass burner running down here. We've talked about it. I know Tri-State was going to buy back the power at about 4 cents a kilowatt, and that's not enough to run an operator and run that plant. So you have to be between, I think it was 6.4 cents to 7 cents per kilowatt, and that would afford paying the operator and that operation for biomass. And it helped the county. A lot of slash that people have, they can take it there instead of taking stuff to the dump, et cetera. So that was one mitigation effort we could come up with. The other one would be, bring a pellet mill into the area, start making pellets, start, doing your thing. I know one of the logging places has their own log press, so they're pressing a lot of that into logs and selling that, and it was taking them 4 or 5 years to lower that pile down. So there's some mitigation stuff that goes on there. I think once we get everybody on board, I think if we sit around and have these discussions and get the landowners and the subject matter experts, let's all get together on this. Let's come up with a plan, and then with that, implement that plan. That's just my recommendation. Based on everything that I've been learning about, I learned a lot about biomass. Didn't know much about it till this fire, so learned a lot more, and I'm learning from all the owners that own these, the mills and stuff. So they're very interested in getting together and discussing this.
I definitely think that's education before regulation is obviously the way we want to go. That's
All right.
not,
Good.
that is not, I think that is the far end result if you have to go there. But if we can sit down collectively and come up with something that works for everybody, because we do need that. Our forests need thinned, and we need to keep them healthy, and we need the industry to work and function properly. But we also have to take care of the other side of it. So I think as we move forward, if we sit down and they can educate us, it's back and forth. But I think we can formulate a plan and move forward with it. I mean, we definitely have to do something, but education first,
Right.
And then we can move forward.
I think that's the way to go, honestly.
Some of it being transported to the landfill, actually for our carbon stock, I mean, that's not a bad idea either. There again, I don't know what, without sitting with these guys, if that's even something that they can or cannot do.
Right.
I think it depends on the scenario. I think like at Ironwood, their stuff could be transported fairly easily, although somebody's got to pay for the transportation of it. However, in the situation Mr. Sitton inherited, I don't know how you'd ever dig out that slope.
Correct, and we're not talking about going backward. Now we just have to, how do we go forward and take care of what you're going to produce in the future? I mean, what's happened has happened. We'll deal with it. We'll figure that out, and we'll put that one to bed. But how do we deal with it going forward in the future, and to have the conversation so that we can all figure out what is the best for the community and the industry, I think we'll be more successful. So as soon as we can get these meetings going and figure out, because I'm sure they have ideas. They know what their operations are.
I talked to everybody yesterday. Everybody's got some great ideas. Yeah.
Well, David, you've already purchased a pellet mill, haven't you? So he's already proactive in taking care of that.
So it's just a
problem
matter of
himself.
time of getting it functioning, right? So I think as long as we have a plan going forward, we're complying with CDPHE. We still have to have time to implement a plan.
Yeah, and it's, some of the planning of this and removal of some of the, the hazards may take 5, 8 years. It may take some time, but it took 50 years for it to build over there.
Up to the
So
situation
it's
we're
time
in,
to
yeah.
play with it, right? So I think we've got to, I like some of the great ideas everybody's been giving me, that I've been calling all the mills, so. I think it'll be time. I think we
get 'em-
should meet and just come up with some
Get
ideas.
them set and
Yeah.
we'll get going forward, because I definitely agree. I think we agree that we want to figure it out together,
Right?
um,
Yeah, it
and
makes
then move forward.
sense.
Biomass generation has a lot of working parts to it.
Right.
I mean, at one point in time, we had no resource for fuel because we couldn't get into the forest. Now we can get into the forest, now it's transportation.
Right.
But it's an idea, what group, Remy Group was working on that at one time?
Yeah, a while back,
Yeah, and I don't know where they are with that, I have no idea.
Well, it's, biomass, like you said, Ken, there's a lot of challenges to it.
Yeah,
Realistically, you'd have to be chipping in the forest. The removal, transportation is the challenge, but especially the small stuff that you could use this.
right.
But then you have the location of a plant, location of transmission, for generation, feeding back to the system. Alan Roberts is, former state senator, or representative, whatever her role was, has been a big advocate of that and continues pushing it. But the PPA from, PPAs and generation, and all of that is, kind of comes down to a lot of money and who's gonna subsidize it to make it work.
Right,
Because like you said, electric rates won't subsidize it. The purchase power cost isn't, or there's not enough money there to pay for the cost of it, so. There's a lot of challenges, but it's still in discussion. RMRI is a big part of it, like I said, and I think Ellen's part of that group as well. So, and there may be some federal dollars that can be, or through that organization or that group, be funneled in to help subsidize a biomass plant.
Which is more industry, which is
I think it's
you know,
great.
maybe something
Yeah.
to look at. That's what I'm saying, with their focus and ideas, maybe collectively we can come up with something. And
I think
realize
that's
it's not
the
gonna happen
right
overnight.
track to start on is, let's get a collection of all the people that are affected by this and start with their input. I think we have a teachable moment from the state over the last 12 months and just coming up with regulations for the businesses to follow without buy-in from the businesses and how that works. So,
Right.
um,
We'll do
that-
it.
I think
Okay,
you're on the right
good.
track by getting buy-in from the businesses first.
Good. All right, ready to
All
go. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
thanks for coming, Dave, thanks for your time.
Yeah.
Appreciate all your help in this.
I understand. Okay, Mr. Baxter,
I don't have anything to report, really. I haven't heard back from Kinder Morgan from the last time we contacted them last week. And there hasn't really been any real developments. Kind of a side note with PAX, Bonnie Loving from our Noxious Weed Department and I met with their attorneys last week just about their weed control. It's not related to our pending lawsuit, but she's been frustrated over the last few years about their inability to control their weeds. So we had a discussion with them about that, and I think our weed department's on top of it. So I did talk to Bonnie and Rob about, I just remembered this, about the Mancos Airport situation. So we will work on getting them some sort of at least idea of what we think the path moving forward will be to get the weeds under control there and move that property along.
okay.
That's all.
James Dietrich is not going to have a report this morning. He will be participating with the BLM and Congresswoman Boebert this afternoon.
Okay. Well, then that leaves you, Shak.
Okay,
Next.
so I've got a couple of things for the commissioners. First, go over some public notices. Again, the Board of County Commissioners will be meeting this evening with the Cortez City Council from 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock. The commissioners will be assembled together in this room along with some of the council members. The rest of the council members will participate via Zoom, and we will be broadcasting that on the county's YouTube channel. And then the county will have a board-to-board meeting with the town council from the town of Dolores on Thursday evening. Again, we'll be assembled here in this room. That'll start at 6:30 p.m. And my understanding is that the town board from Dolores will be participating via Zoom, and we will have those live streamed on our website as well. Next order of business, Robert Kennedy wishes to renew his board appointment on the Fairview Cemetery District. It's I believe it's a 2-year appointment. And so we would need.
He the only application right now.
Yeah,
Basically,
and
he's on it,
I
so-
mean, those small cemetery districts, we don't get people to apply for, so.
You guys want to move that forward?
Sure. I move we appoint Robert Kennedy to, is it a 2-year term?
It is.
A 2-year term on the Fairview Cemetery District.
I second it.
So it's
Okay.
been moved and seconded to appoint Robert L. Kennedy, board member of the Fairview Cemetery District for a 2-year term. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 And then we had opened 2 positions for the Citizens Review Panel, which is a panel that reviews cases that are contested with social services. And John, you could explain a little bit more about what the board does, but basically we had one really qualified applicant, but because of his work for our sheriff's office, that couldn't go. But we got 4 more applicants, and there's only 2 positions. And with a board like this, which John will tell you what the board is responsible for, my recommendation would be to interview the 4 people who are interested and then move forward after we've interviewed them. But John, will you explain what the board does, please?
Yes, this Citizens Review Panel is, I don't know that we even had one prior to about 2014, 2013, when our former director of the Department of Social Services brought it to the BOCC's attention that, hey, there's a statute that says we need a review panel, a citizens review panel. That was Dennis Story that brought that to the board's attention. And so we created one. In my communications with county attorneys throughout the state, many counties still don't even have one because nobody uses it, and it's for the most part ignored. However, there is a statute that says we're required to have it. The purpose of it is so that if someone has a complaint about the way social services handles a specific case, they can, if they disagree with how social services is handling it, they can take it to the Citizens Review Panel. As you can imagine, most of what social services does, there are people that don't appreciate it, don't agree with it. It's not a criminal justice system, but in the criminal justice system, there's going to be a party that's not happy with it, with what's going on. So we have the Citizens Review Panel for them to bring their complaint to. If they agree with what social services, how they're handling it, then they do this response saying that they agree with how social services is handling it. If they don't agree, then they make recommendations to social services of how they believe the director of social services should handle it. And the Director of Social Services can take their advice and say, okay, great idea, thanks Citizens Review Panel, and change however he or she was handling it. Or they can say, no, we don't agree with that, in which case the BOCC just reviews the recommendation from the Citizens Review Panel and you all are the boss, you're over the Director of Social Services, so then you can direct him or her to act how you want them to act, or you can just leave it alone. It's kind of an advisory type of board that makes a recommendation. It's really only been utilized, as far as I know. Essentially, it was spearheaded by one attorney who was handling some social service cases that was, I think, encouraging people to utilize it in cases that she was involved in. And that's the only time I've seen it utilized. Lots of counties see no action for decades on the Citizens Review Panel. However, it's statutory that we have it, so we need to, keep it filled as much as we can. We do have issues often getting applicants for it, like many of our boards probably. Non-paid board, there's no regular meetings, that type of thing. And so sometimes you gotta probably look into why people are curious about getting on the board. Hopefully it's just to provide a benefit to the community rather than having an agenda of their own. So the applicant that Shak was talking about, I didn't mean to just put the kibosh on it, because when I was told that he applied, he really is probably a very valuable asset to it. He contracts with the SO though, and often our sheriff's department is involved in these cases. And so I thought, conflicts may arise if you're on the Citizen Review Panel. So, I'm not sure that this is an automatic conflict. I'm not saying you can't do it, but it didn't, it could have posed some issues. And so I don't know if he voluntarily withdrew or if somebody made the executive decision to not consider him or what. But, I just...
We've had enough accusation of conflicts in that department that we just made an executive decision.
I think we just, let's go ahead and set up interviews for these 4 people, and we'll make a decision as soon as we get them interviewed. And we'll
Perfect.
just move
I will
forward.
work on scheduling interviews the rest of this week then.
You guys
Social
good with that?
services should
Yeah, I'm
not
good
be
with it.
involved in the interviews. So either Shak or the BOCC should do the interviews. We should not include social services in the interviews, since this is kind of to critique them. We don't want them choosing who's going to critique them.
Yes, I agree with that also.
Okay.
And then I did go with Mr. Spratlen out on his survey of the fire at Aspen Wallwood. We did swing by Ironwood. I just want to throw this out for the listening public. The owner-operator of Ironwood, who you have met, Jim, Mr. Bunnell. I'm probably butchering it, and he can get mad later. Anyways, he has 30 open positions that he's trying to fill, and he can't get people to stay more than a couple of days. He can't get people to apply, can't get people to pass a drug test, and he pays good wages. So if you're needing a job, you want a skill, then I would highly recommend that you go out and apply at Ironwood, because they've got 30 open positions and they're training. So just wanted to throw that out there. Other than that, that'll conclude my report.
Okay.
Thank you, Shak.
Commissioners report. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first. I'll make it easy.
All right.
Lot of mail reading over the week and just a few visits with folks out in the community. It's about all I've done.
Lots and lots of reading. I appreciate you guys sending me 50 pages a night to read. It's just very enlightening. Last week, we met with the Mancus Town Board on Wednesday. We discussed the airport, quite a bit of stuff with them. I stayed on after the meet and greet for their regular meeting, and the town of Mancus, they've ended up with a $850,000 GOCO grant to redo all their water systems over there and stuff, so they're gonna start on that project. What else? Over the weekend, we met with the Cattlemen's Association and talked about the concerns they have with the wolves and the permatees and the flow dying and everything. And it was a good week, busy.
Okay, well, I'll try to make mine as quick. I'm not sure I will be as quick. Obviously, as both gentlemen stated, we met with Mancus. Earlier that morning, I did go to a multi-agency coordination group meeting to discuss all of the planning for the week, which helps Mr. Spratlen put together his SIT report. Very educational, enlightening. I then met with, I was supposed to meet with Representatives Exum and Gray Wednesday morning with CCI to discuss the 811 bill, which is one of the priorities for the counties, which would exempt our road department. I did send out that email to you guys asking you what your thoughts were, and the road and bridge. Everybody wants us to support this bill, so we will be supporting it. It's a bipartisan bill, so it hopefully shouldn't have any issues passing. Then talked about transportation funding in Colorado and how it's going to go forward with electric vehicle fees because they do not pay any gas tax. That's going to be a huge discussion going forward in the legislation. And then the split of the HUTF funds of the 60, 22, and 18. Right now they're wanting to put another 5% to multimodal, but where do they get that 5% out of that split? So that's going to be another one that's coming up. Went to the Southwest TPR meeting later that day. Mike McVaugh, who has been our representative here for quite a lengthy time, that was his last day, so he is no longer with CDOT. He's going back out into the private industry, and Kevin Curry is now the interim until they actually get a director hired. A lot of what they're doing now is their 10-year plan as it pertains to Region 5, and then how it's going to affect the STAC, which is the Statewide Transportation Area Committee, on Bill 267, and how that funding is going to take place. At the STAC meeting, which was Friday the 12th, one of the biggest things that one of the bills that they're talking about right now, Andy Carson is pushing this from CDOT, is raising the limit of $150,000 to $500,000 for the maintenance. So CDOT right now can only do maintenance within that region up to $150,000, and they're wanting to raise it to $500,000. And my question is, well, just because you throw more money at the maintenance, does that mean it's going to be efficient and effective? And I think with the funding that we're facing, the lack of funding, I'm not sure that, I think private industry is more effective in that than sometimes they are. I have a meeting set up tomorrow with Matt Moraro from CDOT Region 5 and then Andy Carson to kind of go over that to see what their thoughts are. Big discussions on 267 and a recap, input and discussion on that and how that's going to move forward. Saturday, then I went out with Commissioner Stevenson. We did, probably a 10-minute presentation to the Cattlemen's Association, talked about roads and Proposition 114 and how we're going to move forward with that, and hopefully we can keep that moving slowly and not getting accelerated. CPW was also out there, and they also stated the same thing. They echoed it, that they don't really have a plan going forward at this time, and they need all the time that they can get to make sure that this is put together in the proper manner. One of the big discussions we had last night at the Mighty Dozen meeting, getting questions ready for next Monday night when we meet with the governor's office, and that was mostly there again about vaccines, how we're doing with counties and the equalization of vaccines, and then power outages. Apparently I think, obviously in Texas and other states, but they also had some power outages in Denver where they had a lot of the Pfizer vaccine that was,
Ruined.
well, it wasn't necessarily ruined, but it thawed, so they're trying to get it into arms as quickly as possible. So kind of something to be aware of. I realize that our public health department only gets 100 at a time, so it's not as critical, but you know, it's backup generators was a pretty big discussion last night. So with that will complete my report.
And then we will be resuming at 1:30.
At
We
one-
will have the BLM, all our water interest people, and Congresswoman Boebert.
At 1:30. So with that, unless you guys have anything else,
No, I don't.
again?
We're losing our
Oh,
crowd.
It was mistakenly left onto the
Yeah,
agenda,
it-
but we can ask for it if there is any.
we can ask for any public comment.
Any public comment? Going once?
Nope.
Nope.
Okay,
We weren't gonna let you go once.
we will.
Thanks for coming in, Clay.
Reg.
With our water discussion this afternoon, we're going to start off with Ed Millard. First, he's going to give us a slide presentation, but prior to doing that, I do want to recognize Congresswoman Boebert here, along with some staff members, and I apologize, guys, I don't remember all of your names, so if you'd like to introduce them, would you go ahead and do that?
Yes. The light's on. Does that mean my volume's on?
You're good.
All right. Well, thank you all so much for having us here today. It's an honor to be with you all and to hear about these issues that matter most to your area. This is something that I certainly wanted to have a voice in and a seat at the table to discuss, to preserve our lands in a really good way, preserve our water, keep our water in our district. And I'm honored today to be with my staff. Clarice Navarro is the district director for the 3rd Congressional District. And then I also have Devin, who is stationed in Durango. And then I have Christy Kirkpatrick with us also. And my staff is your staff. So I welcome anyone to contact our offices, to reach out to us, and we will make ourselves available. On a very personal and I guess congressional note now, I am really tired of other people reaching into our district and determining what we do with our land and our water. And to see one of the names here and the bill that we'll be discussing today, it really disheartens me that so many people are trying to enforce their land grabs over here in our district. So I'm going to do everything I can to be the defender between that and you and our land and our water. And I look forward to today's discussion. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we're going to jump right into Ed's presentation. Ed, I think we're going to discuss the NCA first, and then we're going to go into Big River issues after that. So with that, you guys are on.
My name is Ed Millard. I represent Montezuma County on the Southwest Basin Roundtable on water issues, and I'm the elected representative from the Southwest Basin Roundtable to Colorado's Interbasin Compact Committee. We're going to talk about 2 issues today: the back from the dead Dolores River Canyon National Conservation Area is up first, and then we're going to talk about Big River issues and demand management second. So let's go to the next slide. You've probably read recently about 30 by 30. It's a initiative mostly by Democrats. They basically want to lock up 30% of the land and 30% of the water in the country. In our state, there was a very controversial article in Colorado Sun. Michael Bennett, Joe Neguse, Deb Haaland are some of the advocates. They want to expand our designated land in Colorado from 6 million to 14 million acres. San Juan Citizens Alliance, which is Sierra Club, is also pushing this issue, and you'll notice that Deb Haaland was also a sponsor of this a year ago. She is now the Secretary of Interior, so you can expect that the Secretary of Interior will probably be sympathetic to the 30 by 30 initiative. Next slide. This is a map of E.O. Wilson's Western Wildway and Wilderness Wildlife Corridors. It's kind of the inspiration for 30 by 30. E.O. Wilson basically wants to lock up pretty much the entire west slope of the Rocky Mountains for wildlife. And you can expect that if they lock up 30% of the land, they're not going to be locking up the eastern plains or the Front Range. It's going to be entirely on the west slope. And if you lock up 30% of the state on the west slope, it's pretty much all of the west slope, at least all the federal lands. Next. There's a bunch of different federal designations for landing in the United States. Right now, the Lower Dolores is under basically standard BLM and U.S. Forest Service management. We're okay with that. We like the status quo. It's multi-benefit. We would just as soon stay that way. But as of this month, the NGOs, which would be Nature Conservancy, American Whitewater, American Rivers, and others, Sierra Club and Dolores River Boaters would and the Democrats would prefer more protection than is afforded by that. National Conservation Area is the one that we're talking about today, and it's key to point out that there are good NCAs and there are bad NCAs. Some of them are not controversial, some of them work great, and there's some that go very badly. We don't want ours to go badly, so that's why we're here today. We have to make sure ours go well, and I'll give you an example of a bad one in a minute. This should read 100,000 acres are going to be in the NCA, and 25,000 acres in a wilderness area in Montrose County. The Lower Dolores is suitable for wild and scenic, so that's the main concern. It could be possible that the Lower Dolores will be designated as a wild and scenic. It'll have a Federal Reserve water right, and it will be somewhat more expansive and more controlled than the NCA. So they are the people that are put in the NCA and are trying to avoid a wild and scenic designation. Dolores and San Miguel in particular are the ones that don't want that designation. Again, Montrose County could go to a full wilderness area, which is roadless and very restrictive. There are parts of Ponderosa Gorge, which is in the Lower Dolores, that could get a roadless and a borderline wilderness area, but it's kind of halfway between the two. And if nothing else happens, it would be possible for the president to designate a national monument, like Bears Ears, like Canyon of the Ancients. It's basically a stroke of the pen. The downside of that is the next president could remove it, so it's not really a permanent protection. Next. Okay, here we're looking at the upper half of the NCA. The top half is Montrose County, and the big red area is that wilderness area. We have no idea what the status is on this. We only know about the NCA parts. We're going to have to reach out to Montrose and see what they want to do with the wilderness area. The bottom half is San Miguel County, Telluride. There's not too much to look at here. It's fairly expansive. They want to send it up to 2 different canyons. Let's move on to the bottom half. This is Dolores County, and that red area is the Ponderosa Gorge roadless area. If you've never been there, there's a scenic lookout up east of Dolores. You can drive out there when there's not too much snow, and there's a picnic area, and you can see the Ponderosa Gorge from the top. It's a beautiful area. It has just enough moisture to maintain ponderosa pine. The bottom part, you'll see that dark green area, that's U.S. Forest Service land. There used to be a gold medal trout stream there for a time. The U.S. Forest Service did build it up to try to be a gold medal trout stream, but there just isn't enough water coming out of McPhee to support it. So they pretty much gave up on it, as did Trout Unlimited. And then finally, in the bottom right corner, you see McPhee, which is a reservoir from which the full service farmers, MVI, and U-Tribe get all of their irrigation water. It's not actually in the NCA, but it is going to be heavily impacted potentially by the NCA, so that's why we're here talking about water rights today. Next. This is a timeline. I'm not going to go through it all. The bottom ones are probably the most important. The Dolores River Dialogue, which is a collaborative, started in 2004. Wild and Scenic Suitability was 2007. In response to the Wild and Scenic Suitability, the DRD started the Lower Dolores Plan Working Group, and these were closed meetings. They weren't open to the public. 2011, the DRD published a way forward on the native fish and other issues on the Lower Dolores. 2015, an NCA draft was complete, and the one and only public meeting was held. It was quite controversial. I had my part in it. 2017, there was negotiations to finalize between 2015 and 2017, and they broke down in 2017, and the discussion stopped. This was about the time that Trump was elected, so we weren't too concerned about a national monument at that point. 2020, the discussion started, but it was confined to San Miguel, Dolores County, NGOs, and Senator Bennett. And the county had its first meeting with these about the day that Joe Biden was inaugurated, so you know that the Democrats are back in charge, so this is going to gain momentum. We're still waiting for the new draft legislation. All I'm going to be talking about today is the old documents. We have no idea what's going to be in the new draft, and it's a little premature to start talking about it because we don't know what the new draft will look like. It might be the same as the old one. They could have made it much worse since. Next. This is the same timeline. This is from San Juan Citizens Alliance, which is our local chapter of Sierra Club. I'm not going to dwell on it, but you can look at it in the slides. Next. Okay, so we're going to briefly talk about a bad NCA. That's the kind we don't want. This is again in Washington County, Utah, around St. George. A commissioner was furious at the same time of our public meeting, and he sent a document to Larry Don, and I read some of it at the public meeting. I'm not going to go through all of this, but it's just a parade of horrible things that happened while they were trying to finish their resource management plan for the NCA, and they felt like they made a mistake and they were betrayed when it happened. Days before they introduced the bill, there was a last-minute change. They wanted to expand boundaries, and they eliminated a reservoir site. They wanted to reduce grazing and limit recreational use. They wanted to basically manage it as wilderness. 2 weeks after the signing, the Southern Utah Wilderness Area reintroduced a wilderness bill that they thought was going to not happen because of the NCA. It goes on. And the bottom one is the county commissioners didn't feel like they were consulted for the entire process of the resource management plan. It was all between BLM and the NGOs. So they were furious. I haven't followed up to see how it's come out then, but at the time of the public meeting, they were just furious about everything about it, and they regretted doing the NCA. Some NDAs are not like this. If they're not controversial, they're fine. The lower Dolores is a conflict zone. There's a long history, and we have to be concerned it could go bad. Next. One of the big problems with all these designations is you can get a Federal Reserve water right. They sound bad. They cause fear, uncertainty, and doubt. They're kind of used to intimidate people into protecting their water through NCAs or other designations. Dolores County is especially concerned about their pumps that they have on the Dolores for the municipal water supply might be impacted by this. We're going to ask, do they really? Because under the McCarran Amendment, these Federal Reserve water rights will be junior, and they should not impact any of existing water rights. But the federal government will be on the river, and anytime there's a change case or new development, they may be in the mix, and they may prevent it. So old rights probably should be okay, not certain. New rights would have a problem or change cases. I don't think the Dolores pumps would have a problem with this, but they obviously have to confer with their own lawyers. But they seem to be in that fear, uncertainty, and doubt part. The old NCA would forbid any kind of Federal Reserve water rights. It's supposed to protect the McPhee and all of the contracts on the Dolores project, but there are other risks that come with it. And if there are any of these federal designations like the wilderness area or up in Montrose County or Mesa, they can reach through to our water rights even though we're not involved. So we kind of need to make sure that we're protecting McPhee whatever comes. Next. This is the title and the purpose straight out of the draft legislation. It may have changed. One of the purposes is to protect private water rights. That's what we wanted out of it. One of the concerns is these are the ORVs, the objects of remarkable value, that the NCA is intended to protect. They want to conserve, protect, and enhance native fish, whitewater boating, recreation, scenic culture, and it goes on. The key word in here you need to be concerned about is enhance, because that means we have to do more to protect the native fish and more to enhance the rafting. And that often means that you need more water out of McPhee. Next. These are the three native fish that are the subject of the ORV status. Round-tailed chub, it's a bluehead sucker, and the flannelmouth sucker. The two sucker species are unique in the Dolores because they're fairly genetically pure, because the paradox salt dome kind of isolates it from the rest of the river. White suckers have inbred with most of these in other areas, so these two sucker species are very valued in this area. The round-tailed chub is doing fairly well. The two sucker species are not. They need more water. They are doing fairly well below the confluence with the San Miguel, but they are not doing well in the areas above that confluence. There's a lot of we could go into. I guess the other key thing is the round-tailed chub are up for a status review. They could potentially, right now they're a species, all of these are a species of concern. It is possible in 2021, 22, the round-tailed chub could get threatened or endangered status. If they do, there's going to be a world of hurt for everybody on this river, because they will try to take more water, and we need to do everything we can to avoid a designation of these species. Okay, this is the villain of the fish in the lower Dolores. CPW, or Division of Wildlife, when McPhee first came online, they stocked it with smallmouth bass. Unfortunately, the reclamation hadn't tested the spillway. When they did test the spillway, they spilled smallmouth bass into the lower Dolores. They are an adaptable, invasive top predator, and they have come to dominate some of the reaches of the river. So this is one of the big reasons why the native fish are not doing well. The big fish can deal with it, but the little fish, these fish eat them. This is from a fish ichthyologist, a fish scientist from 1991. He sums up the issue with the native fish. The introduction of exotic non-native fish, which smallmouth bass, throughout the basin, Colorado Basin, is now considered to be one of the major reasons that native fish populations have crashed over the past 50 years, and perhaps is the most important reason. Native fish of the American West will not remain on Earth without active management, and I argue forcefully, that control of non-native warm water species is the single most important requirement for achieving that goal. He wrote that in 1991 for the whole Colorado Basin. Next. These are from a white paper written on the Dolores River. They say the same thing. The non-native invasive species, there's catfish and several other species involved, but the smallmouth bass are increasingly prevalent now. They're a key reason why those native fish are crashing. And if you talk to any of the people that want to preserve this river, they'll tell you there's nothing we can do about it. So the bass are going to stay. They're going to eat the native fish. So the solution is we want more water. They want more base flow. And the only thing they really want to do on the smallmouth bass is to try to knock them off their nest during breeding. And they are, when they're doing fish census, they are throwing them out for the raccoons and elsewhere to eat. But they don't know if that's going to really make a difference long term. So there isn't a good strategy. They don't generally want to talk about them. They want to focus on more water.
Do they have any kind of an idea on a count of smallmouth there, Ed? Do
They just did start doing the census. They didn't count them at all. They were kind of hid under the rug. They have done census for the last 2 times that they've done them. There are huge populations. There was a big population. Where they are is right above the confluence with the Disappointment. I think in 2019 is, I can't remember, 2017, 2019, they did a census down in the Slick Rock area. At that time, it was thought they didn't like the muddy water coming out of Disappointment, and they were staying up in the cleaner water because they're not really adapted for muddy water. So the native fish were doing better below Disappointment, and the smallmouth bass were dominating above. I think they found like 500 in this sample area. At that time, they started throwing them out. What I heard at the last meeting, I think the population actually exploded in the last census. So when they threw them out, it's possible they threw them out after they had already hatched all of their young, and the adults, I think, eat their young, and they threw all the adults out, and it may have actually caused the population to increase. So it's very hard to deal with these. The smallmouth bass are an amazingly adapted species for survival. It's just, the bottom line here is we got to decide sport fish or native fish, because you can't have them both. And it's that way all over the Colorado Basin. Every place they've introduced northern pike, walleye, catfish, smallmouth bass, I mean, they outcompete and destroy these native fish. So.
Okay, sorry, I just
it's an important thing to note.
Just had to ask the question.
These are all of the things that the implementation team for the Lower Dolores want to do to try to solve the issues on the Lower Dolores, especially with the native fish and the habitat down there. The top ones are spill management, base flow management, sediment flushing flows, habitat maintenance flows, thermal regime modification, and again, knocking the bass. These all require either retiming of water or they need more water. The only 2 at the bottoms is discontinuing stocking the brown trout, which predate on the upper reaches of the river, or right below McPhee. There's an established brown trout, and it's also an invasive species. It's self-sustaining. They do stock rainbow trout for the fishery there, but the brown trout are there. They do predate a little bit up towards McPhee. And they are stocking the native fish. They do have hatcheries for them, and they are trying to put them in. But again, there's not really any focus here about actually eradicating the smallmouth bass. Next. So I'm not going to go too much detail. There's a fish pool in the McPhee. They were given 25,400 acre feet early on, and that's to manage the base flows coming out of McPhee for this fish. In the old days, before the McPhee, the whole river dried up in the summer after the spring flows were gone, and it was basically pools, and it was dried up. The round-tailed chub actually did well there, but they wanted to basically create this fish pool to maintain a base flow. It's unfortunately not big enough by the standards of the scientists and the NGOs. So they demanded increment 1 water. They worked for it for years in the mid-90s, and they got 3,000 acre feet for that, expanded a little bit. And right now they're trying to get increment 2 water, which is 3,300 acre feet, and they've been lobbying to try to get that for 15, 20 years now. And if they ever manage to get increment 2 water, I guarantee that 3,300 acre feet is not going to make a huge difference on this river. So once they get increment 2 water, they're going to probably move on to increment 3, and that's an open-ended, who knows how much water they'll be asking if we get through increment 2. We better wrap this up quickly so we have time to talk. Next. One of the key things of the legislation, there's supposed to be a FACA committee, and it was to ensure that all of you counties were represented in this resource management plan process. If you take out Montezuma County and Montrose County, it kind of unbalances this. If you don't have this at all, they can kind of just pick random people, and you might not have a seat at table at all if you don't have this FACA committee. So it's really important we try to keep that in the new legislation. Next. I'm not going to go through this at all. It's a critical section. This is the old protection of water rights. It's really complicated. I'm not going to go into it today. And then finally, this is one of the controversial sections. They did try to prevent any new development of dams, major water development in anything in the upper watershed that would impact this lower basin. And one of the key areas is there is a plan for a hydro pump back on Plateau Creek, and it depends on how this legislation is written. They could basically forbid developing Plateau Creek. We don't want that, because Plateau Creek is a huge benefit to green energy. Basically, it's a big battery. So if you lose all of your green energy like they're doing in Texas right now, you kind of have a big battery there from this hydro project. It would generate a lot of revenue in our county. We also don't want them meddling in things like Totten or anything else. So this is another important area. I think that's the last one. Yep. That's my Twitter handle. I am going to post all these slides on my Twitter handle so that they're available. I'm sure the county will have them as well. And I'm open for questions, and we probably want to have Ken come up because he would be the other spokesman on the NCA issues for our DWCD.
Yep, and we'll get to Ken next, but are there any questions for Ed right now?
Sorry about that.
Nothing? Okay. Ken, you're up next, if you would like to come and,
Thank you, Ed.
Ken.
Thanks. Yes, I'm with the Dolores Water Conservancy. We do run McPhee. We are concerned about the water rights. We've been active in the past. That's been our primary focus. But having said that, it's a tangled piece of legislation that needs close shepherding, to say the least, because it has all these potential implications and future implications. The only other one I would highlight beyond even its potential impact with the Federal Reserve water rights is McPhee is a reclamation project, and so any federal action by BLM, Forest Service, or reclamation would in theory have to respect this legislation downriver, be it Federal Reserve water rights or NCA. So unfortunately, it's all tangled together, and if we do pull this off, it might be better than the wild and scenic rivers, but that's not for sure. So we remain working with the county and the other water users that take water out of McPhee to see where this goes, and if it goes, make it go well. And we would obviously need your support, Representative Boebert.
Which is another reason too why this commission has decided to step back to the table to start these discussions with Dolores and San Miguel County as far as what do we need to do to make this a good NCA, to actually protect it from the wild and scenic designation that they obviously, like you stated, at the stroke of a pen could make happen, depending on who's in the leadership. So you guys have any questions for either one of these guys right now?
I don't at this time.
Just one quick one for Ken, and this is just for information. Total capacity of McPhee is how many acre feet?
It's 381,000 acre feet, but we only use 229,000.
Right, and where are we during this drought level? I mean,
we're down near the bottom of that 229. We've got the inactive pool.
okay.
And the fish pool does take shortages, but it is the second largest piece of water in McPhee. So this was one of the early ones after the environmental legislation of the 70s, and between the fish water and the Ute settlements, it affected the rest of how the project got laid out to supply all the needs.
And for both you and Ed, if we offset some of this demand with more storage, would that satisfy some of this use requirement?
downriver
Well,
demand?
yeah, I mean, if we built Plateau and some of the other projects that were laid on early.
There were plans, there are multiple configurations for Plateau Creek. One of them did have a reservoir that would hold, during surplus years, would hold fish water. So Plateau Creek would be big and expensive and hard to get authorized in this climate, but you could have one reservoir that does it out of McPhee. You could have two that do it out of each other. There could be a fish reservoir, but that would be the one that might give you more fish water, but it would only be if there was surplus water in some years.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah, and I would just back up that that was correct, but how these legislation or national monuments get written is what's important. And I think Ed did a good job of pointing out if they focus too much on the fish, it tends to lead them to more water, which is not necessarily what is going to save them, but that's what puts pressure on us. And so that's why you would be in the NCA, so you can get the right language as opposed to a executive order, national monument, is to get the right language in whatever vehicle goes forward, unless if we can keep the status quo.
Right. And allocations, we're at 100% allocation on the McPhee.
Oh, absolutely, and of course.
Then, downstream, the Colorado is way over allocated.
Yes. And I mean, one of the quirks is the San Miguel adds 2/3 of the water from the confluence down.
Right.
And it is now locked up in in-stream flows without dams. And so that's where the suckers are surviving, as Ed pointed out in his talk. The chubs are much more pool adapted and can survive except for that predation from the smallmouth bass.
We should emphasize that we want to do everything we can to ensure the well-being of the native fish, because it is important that they don't get designated. But that designation will be Colorado Basin-wide. Again, they're kind of unique. Some of them are unique in this area, but we do want to do what we can to help the native fish flourish. It is a problem giving them more base flow and more water. The best thing we put on the table is we want to put as much efficiency improvements and carry over into McPhee as we can, because that's a win for every party in that reservoir. If we put more water in there so we're not tapped out on years like we are now, we'll have a better chance of having rafting spills, we'll have a better chance of having a full fish pool, and when we have rafting spills, that certainly helps the native fish down there. So that is the thing you want to advance, is we want to be as efficient as we can and keep as much water as we can in McPhee, and keep it in McPhee instead of sending it to Lake Powell. So we do not want to have endangered or threatened status on any of these three species, because it will get very complicated when that happens.
And you said that was going, or could be, listed in 2022?
The round-tailed chub is up for review. It's impossible to say. It obviously would have been better if it had happened under the Trump administration than the Biden administration, but hopefully they'll do the right thing by the science and et cetera. So, and we are going to have to be more active in keeping track of it. There's an annual meeting. All the fish biologists get together and talk about these three species, and I think it's in Utah. I tried to get on it, but they wouldn't let me in. We need to get somebody up there and start listening to what they're talking about this year when they have this annual meeting, and figure out where they think the round-tailed chub is going and if it's going to get listed. We do want to do everything we can to help them, but releasing all of our water and taking it out of the project members is just really not politically viable.
So I actually have another question here. How do they reach through and get the water out of McPhee if there's a designation, say in San Miguel and Dolores County, and Montrose and Mesa and Montezuma are not playing? I mean, how does that work?
Well, without going into excruciating detail, there are multiple ways, but if you track the fights over California water, Bay Delta, it's the same issues where they will pose native fishes against traditional uses like irrigation. And that's, as Ed pointed out, endangered species, and these other risks are going to put the pressures on all federal agencies to attempt that potential water grab.
Okay.
There can be lawsuits, there can be federal actions requiring NEPA, the FACA committee that sets up the management plan. So there are multiple ways, and should you try and develop Plateau, all those parties can be at the table. trying to keep the water going downriver.
One thing about Plateau is it's green power, and the environmentalists should like it, but they may also oppose it, so they'll be going after themselves. One of the big reach-through problems is the Dolores River is being carved up into chunks. If we don't do it, there'll be just ordinary Forest Service land. If Dolores and San Miguel get NCA, well, that's one set of protections. Montrose might have the wilderness area. That's a different set of protections. Mesa County's further behind. They might do some kind of designation up in Mesa County. If they do a designation up in Mesa County with a Federal Reserve water right, it reaches all the way down to McPhee. The good thing is San Miguel is up there putting water in there, so there may not be too much issue with reach through below the confluence with San Miguel. But we probably don't want to have a patchwork of these designations with all kinds of different complications on the same river.
So why aren't we working with the DOW or CPW to get rid of the smallmouth bass? I mean, is that?
I bring it up at every meeting. It's nearly impossible to do. Back in the 20th century, CPW, Division of Wildlife, used to rotonail the native fish. They were considered trash fish, and they would try to replace them with trout fish for sport fishing. Rotonone is almost the only way to do it. They did try it on Hermosa Creek to eradicate all the fish, to put green lineage trout in. It didn't work. The only way you could probably do it is to rotonone the whole river, and that's nearly impossible in the current environment. So just catching them, it's hard to net them. I have advanced multiple creative ways to try to maybe use underwater drones or high-frequency sonar to try to find them. It would take a lot of new technology to do it.
But there is no limit of smallmouth on the lower Dolores, correct? You can catch them all day long.
You can put a tournament. Some people are doing tournaments. Yeah, they've been doing tournaments and trying to get people down there. But still, the babies survive, and it's rotonone is really probably the only way that you can even come close, and it doesn't even work, and it's not politically viable on a river like the Dolores.
So has the CPW responded to anything like that? I mean, have they just said no, that's the way it's going to be? And
well, like I said, they are taking them out when they do census. That's probably not going to help. They generally don't appreciate me bringing up the subject. They would rather focus on more water and base flow and thermal issues. So Jim White, I'm not Jim White's favorite person because I bring it up at every meeting. Keenan brought up that quote I have there from Minkley. I bring it up at every meeting now. But the fact is they're half the problem. The base flows and thermal regime are probably the other half. They can fix some of it if they have more water, but more water in the lower Dolores means taking water away from one of these other parties. Ute Mountain Tribe is in there, full service, and MBI are the big three. So.
Okay. I see that Don Schwint is also on via Zoom, and I want to give him some equal time here too, guys. So, Don, if you can hear me, I'd like to go ahead and give you the opportunity to chime in here also.
Mr. Chair, while he's turning on, this should be a common theme throughout western Colorado. The Colorado River, Colorado Water Congress is supporting a group that does look after the endangered species on the whole upper Colorado with the other states. And the smallmouth bass problem is a huge problem in the Yampa and the White and on the main stem Colorado. So as Ed pointed out, if there was a listing, it'd be West Slope wide into Wyoming, Utah, and elsewhere. And so our three species are just focused on the Dolores, but they do exist in these other rivers. And then those four endangered species, humpback chub, Colorado pike minnow, and a couple others, have the same issues. But we're just focusing you locally, but clearly it's west-wide.
Okay, Don, if you'll unmute
Thank you, Commissioner Candelaria. This is really familiar words and discussions and complex issue that we spent years wrestling with in the past. So I guess I would just keep it pretty short and sweet. I think that NCAs don't have to be bad. They could be good. We weren't there with the proposed legislation as when the process was abandoned before. We had made headway. There were some good things in that legislation, but it truly was the water issues that just never did get adequately resolved. So the opportunity to potentially resolve them is still there. I can be cautiously optimistic that that's a doable thing. And it's just it's going to be a significant lift and process problem, but we're used to that in water issues. So it's something that if we all come together as a community and are back in these discussions, and then we'll use all the tools in our toolbox to see if we can be constructive, if that's what our community wants to do. And by that, I'm really pointing at NBIC, DWCD, and Montezuma County, who are representing the lion's shares of the water users that will be potentially negative if we don't do a good job moving forward. So that's kind of waiting for the lead from us as a team and how we may want to do that to see what will be our next steps. That might be all I can offer at this point, or make myself available for questions or whatever. But thanks for the opportunity, Jim.
You bet. Does anybody have any questions for Dawn at this point in time? No? Okay. Obviously, John, I can kind of answer some of that to a certain degree. I think that this board, so the BOCC has committed to, coming back to the negotiating table. And I think that Ken Curtis is also going to be part of that with DWCD. I can't speak for MVIC because they're obviously represented by a different board. But these two agencies are definitely going to be at the table to hopefully get some kind of a good NCA out of this so that we can protect it from the designation of a wild and scenic. So I'm going to turn it back to Ed. Do you have anything else? We still have a little bit more time. Oh, sorry. Lauren, go ahead.
That's fine. I just want to say that I am more than willing to assist in any manner that I can as far as the NCAs. I have options for substitutes for improving the bill or getting rid of provisions that are just non-starters. And if you have any language that you want to send my way, I would be happy to get that with my team, and we can introduce this in Congress. And then, just kind of going down the line, we have these two bills that looks like Congress is going to be bringing to the floor. They're skipping committee with DeGette's Wilderness Bill and in the CORE Act. I'm on the Natural Resource Committee, and we won't be discussing this in committee. We're not organized as a committee yet. There's not enough Democrats to fill the seats on the Natural Resource Committee. So Republicans have met a couple of times together, but we've not met together as a committee. But we do have amendments in the works for both of these, and any other language that you want to send my way, I would be happy to flood them with amendments and try to offer all the information that I can to get this right.
When would you need that language?
They would be bringing it to the floor probably Tuesday the 22nd or Tuesday the 23rd or Wednesday the 24th. And so if we have 24 hours to put something together, we can get it done. My team is amazing. My chief of staff in Washington is Jeff Small. He's very familiar with our area and has been very hands-on in our natural resources and our wilderness and our water. He's coming from the Department of Interior and worked with Secretary Bernhardt, so we can get this out pretty quickly.
Okay, thank you. Also, too, I see Connie in the background there. I was going to see if you want to weigh in on this, on any portion for the BLM. Okay. Thank you, Connie. Appreciate it. With that, I'm going to turn it back over to you guys. We do have a little bit more time, and then I'll open it up kind of to questions out in the public. I'll give them a few minutes for that. So, Ed, do you want to continue with anything else that you want to highlight?
The key thing here is we don't know how fast this is going to go. This bill may be done. Normally, all of us would be involved, and there would be a longer process. We hope there will be that process, but we don't know. They may try to just submit it, and we're not going to have much say in it, and then we'll have to turn to Representative Boebert. But hopefully there'll be a process where you guys can work through all these issues and make sure the language is good. But we don't know at this point. So
Did you mention it?
this is being written by Senator Bennett's office, and multiple people have requests in to get the new draft legislation, and it's not out yet. It may be done when they give it to us. We may not be able to negotiate. So. You want to move on to the Colorado River, or do you want to open to public?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's move on to that, and we'll go through that, and then we'll have a little bit of time for Q&A.
The fall of 2018, the 7 states that negotiate Colorado River issues publicly released the drought contingency plan for the Colorado River, and it included a plan for demand management of the upper basin. Demand management is a term only a bureaucrat would love. Nobody knows what it means, really. It basically means that we either have to fallow our fields, our farms and ranches for a year and send the water downriver, get paid for it, or deficit irrigate our ranches, which means letting them basically burn up for part of the year and again send more water to Lake Powell. And the basic problem is Lake Powell and Lake Mead are both going dry. When Colorado Water Conservation Board and the Attorney General briefed us in October of 2018, I was not satisfied with what they were telling us. They were leaving parts of the story out. They didn't want to talk about how much of our entitlement we were using. They didn't want to talk about how the 2007 interim guidelines were sending huge amounts of extra water to the lower basin. They wouldn't answer my questions, so I embarked on a 2-year odyssey in which I researched the issues for myself. And I've been pushing that for 2 years now because I found things that they will not tell us. And I'm going to tell you about some of them today, and I'm hopefully over the next year we can communicate all this to Representative Boebert's staff and to her so that she is familiar. I did try to talk to Scott Tipton about these back in the day, and his staff didn't really understand the issues, and they didn't really want to hear what we had to say. So December 13th, I think, of last year, Russell George and John Stope wrote an op-ed in the Colorado Sun. They are the current and former chairs of the IBCC, which I serve on. They didn't ask us before they wrote it. They basically said we need to hurry up, we need to start standing up a demand management program, and that means every basin has a proportional obligation to dry up their farms and ranches and send some water to Lake Powell. I wasn't happy about it. Russell George, you may recognize, he's a Republican. He actually endorsed Diane Mitch Bush before the election last year, and he's not my favorite person in the world right now. But so I wrote this op-ed, it was in January, and I basically told the other side of the story. And I'm going to go through it today. Let's move on to the next slide. This is the lower part of the Colorado River Basin. The key things you want to notice here, there's a huge river in Arizona. It's called the Gila, and it's got tributaries called the Salt and the Verity, and I'm going to go over those briefly. And the other thing I want to point out is why do we have a compact in the first place? People don't think about it. In 1922, there was little to no regulation on the Colorado River. There were very few dams, so every spring it flooded, April, May, June. And it kept washed out some of the diversions. That's why the Salton Sea was there, because Imperial's diversions washed out. And then when the spring runoff was done, it went dry. So the lower basin wanted a reservoir, and they wanted it badly, and they had to get the federal government to approve it. And the upper basin states in Colorado stood in their way. Colorado and the upper basin were concerned about Supreme Court decisions that said that prior appropriation would apply interstate, and that California would grab all of the water in the Colorado River, and we would have none except for the few senior diversion rights that we had at that point in time. So Delph Carpenter and the Upper Basin said, we want a compact to protect our part of the river, and in exchange, you'll get what turned into Hoover Dam. So there was an agreement. And in 1922, a commission was formed. Let's move on quickly. These are parts of the compact you don't hear very often. Article 1. The major purpose of the compact are to provide for an equitable division and apportionment of the use of the waters of the Colorado River system. The Colorado River system is defined in Article 2, that portion of the Colorado River and all of its tributaries within the United States of America. The most important one that you never hear is Article 3A. Everybody focuses on B, C, D, and E because those are the ones that say we have to give a bunch of water to the lower basin. There is hereby a portion from the Colorado River system, which is all those tributaries, is in perpetuity to the upper basin and the lower basin, respectively, the exclusive beneficial consumptive use of 7.5 million acre feet of water per annum. The exclusive beneficial consumptive use part is very important. There's only 2 takeaways today. That's one of them. It says our water rights have to be used exclusively in our basin. This is the bulwark that has kept the lower basin from buying our water and sending it to San Diego. I've heard rumors Southern Nevada came up here in 2003 and tried to buy out all of MBI's water. We refused, but Article 3A says that they can't buy our water. And I'm not, go back just quickly, I'm not a lawyer, but it's my opinion that when you demand manage our farms, you buy our water rights and you send them down to Lake Powell, you're not putting them to exclusive consumptive use, because once it gets to Lake Powell, it's either going to evaporate or it's going to the lower basin. I've raised this issue with CWCB multiple times and I get stony cold silence. So I'm not a lawyer. I'm asking our lawyers to tell me, can you even do demand management under this article? This is federal law. It's been enacted. It's been endorsed by Congress, so it is basically federal law. Okay, let's move on. We got to go quick. This is really complicated. You can't do it in 10 minutes. This is just a teaser, and I hope that at some point I can talk to your natural resources staffer and give a 2 or 3 hour presentation, because you can't even touch this in under 2 hours. So this is how a pie chart of how it should have looked based on that Article 3A. 7.5 million blue for the upper, 7.5 million blue for the lower basin, and some amount of water from Mexico under 3C. It was maybe 600,000, 750,000 acre feet at that point in time. This is right before they were ready to sign the compact in Santa Fe. Next. Unfortunately, Arizona's commissioner was not happy with that apportionment. He demanded that the entire Gila River be removed, contrary to what I just read to you, that it was part of this deal. He didn't want to write the language. He let California write it, and that's where that pink slice came from. They wrote us Article 3B, which gave the lower basin just 1 million acre feet extra water. So again, it already started tilting against us. Unfortunately, California wrote it because they were going to get that extra 1 million acre feet, and it didn't discuss the Gila at all. Arizona was furious. When Norval went back to his home state, they were furious, and they refused to ratify the compact. Next. Okay. 1928, 6 years of conflict with Arizona. Congress finally stepped in and did a shotgun wedding. They wrote legislation. It's the Boulder Canyon Project Act of 1928. They apportioned all of the water between the lower basin states because they couldn't sort it out. They were fighting nonstop. And they gave Arizona the exclusive use of that 2 million acre feet from the Gila River. This is where the Colorado Compact was broken. The structural deficit was formed. It didn't add up. You needed way too much water. And the thing that the lower basin got out of it was they got the Hoover Dam. And we just discussed that. They needed a dam with at least 5 million acre feet. They got way more than that to regulate the river. And the key point is in the 30s when Hoover Dam came online, before the Hoover Dam, they couldn't use all the water. A bunch of it went to the delta into the Gulf because they couldn't grab it all during the flood, and then they didn't have any water the rest of the year. Once Hoover Dam was in there to regulate that water, they had a constant supply year round. And they have a 12-month growing season down there because it's desert, and they started using that water, all of the time, and no water went to the delta eventually. So they suddenly started using way more water with that dam than they did before. Next. 1945, an engineer for both Colorado and Arizona named Royce Tipton needed to start resolving the terms of the contract because they needed to build the Central Arizona project. Arizona wanted the Central Arizona project all the way through. It's a huge, expensive project. They needed federal authorization to do it. They needed to resolve the Mexico obligation in 3C and then get funding from Congress for it. 1945 is when they passed a treaty to give Mexico water. Instead of 600,000 or 750,000, they promised them 1.5 million acre feet. Again, this is where the structural deficit comes in. They have no water in the lower basin to provide that much water. It all has to come from the upper basin and the little Colorado. And there were multiple shenanigans going on around this treaty. Royce Tipton, when he sold it to the Senate for ratification, he said, oh, we'll probably only need 600,000 or 900,000. The rest will come out of return flows out of Arizona. Either he was wrong or it was bullshit. And Texas also intervened and said, Tom Conley got together with this Roosevelt administration and the State Department. Texas apparently agreed to give more water out of the Colorado to Mexico in return for getting more water out of the Rio Grande tributaries in the lower basin. There was a near riot about this last year, because they don't want to give that water to Texas. So Texas traded away our water to get water for the lower Rio Grande for Texas. And again, Royce Tipton misrepresented this. It started blowing up in the 60s and the 70s. The water coming out of Arizona was toxic with salt. And Mexico said they wouldn't take it. And by the time it was all said and done, they're getting 1.5 million acre, first priority water. They get it before everybody else. It's an international treaty. You'd have to break the treaty to get it. And there's 200,000 or 300,000 more acre feet just to get the water from up here down to there after the losses. So it's more like 1.7, 1.8 million. And it's pretty much coming from us. The other thing you should note in here, Lake Mead was online, and that green slice there is 500,000 acre feet of evaporation loss on Lake Mead. Again, the lower basin doesn't pay that. We have to pay it. And these evaporation losses are a problem. Let's move on. We got to keep going. This is so complicated, I'm sorry. 1948, the Upper Colorado River Commission was formed, and they divided the water for the upper basin. So it was done by percentages. Colorado gets like 51% of whatever's available. If we had our full allocation, it would be like 3.89 million acre feet. The other thing you should notice is the undeveloped part of Arizona's water right is disputed at this point. California didn't think they should get the Gila River and the Yuma River and the Central Arizona Project water. Because at that point, Arizona is getting as much water as California as more. And California totally opposed this throughout. At this point, Arizona is trying to get the Central Arizona Project through Congress and get it funded, and California stopped them year after year after year. So about 1950s, Arizona took a suit to the Supreme Court to try to get all of their water. It was the biggest, most complicated, longest lawsuit in Supreme Court history. Royce Tipton was working for Arizona at the time, conflict of interest. He was working on both sides, Colorado and Arizona. And the Mexico Treaty and CAP is where all of the upper basin's water went. So he was working both sides, and we ended up being the loser. You cannot have one person working on both sides of the table when you have a zero-sum game like this. So 1963, Supreme Court ruled, Arizona got their water, they got the Gila, and they once again tried to get Central Arizona Project authorized and funded. Royce Tipton at this time switched. He wrote a report for the UCRC. He had spent all of the 40s telling everybody there was plenty of water for Mexico, plenty of water for the upper basin, plenty of water for the Central Arizona Project. At this point, he wrote a report and said that there were at least 2.5, 3 million acre feet short. And let's go on to the next one, which is where the rubber hit the road. So 1968 is when Central Arizona Project was authorized, Dolores Project, Central Utah, Antelope Plata, Dallas Divide. There was one for San Miguel that was never built. At this point, there was not enough water in the Colorado River for all of these uses. What happened? They proposed an augmentation plan for the Colorado River for 2.5 million acre feet. They were either going to take water from the Columbia, from the Missouri, from the Klamath, and none of these areas wanted to give us any other water. It would have been enormously expensive, both to build and to operate. So all they did is say, we'll do a study and figure it out later. Wyoming was the sole objector to this. They opposed it all the way through. They said, when we do this, our undeveloped entitlement was gone. They were the one that was right in this whole discussion. The upper basin, we wanted our projects. Wayne Aspinall was there. He kind of just wanted to look the other way and hope that we would get that augmentation someday. But 1968 is the point we were going to lose our undeveloped entitlement, and we were going to be down to 4.5 million instead of 7.5. So this time we're going to go to text, and this is my favorite part of every presentation. In the 1968 Colorado River Basin Project, there's a long story behind this. The Upper Colorado River Commission put in a law, section 603, it's right after the governing rules for Lake Powell in section 602, and it reads, rights of the upper basin to the consumptive use of water available to that basin, that's us, from the Colorado River system under the Colorado River Compact shall not be reduced or prejudiced by any use of such water in the lower basin. By translation, it says, as long as we're not using the water, you're welcome to it. When we want the water, it's ours. At this point, that promise has probably been broken. And the other thing you should note is, every conference I go to, I mention 603. I have never heard the water bureaucracy in any of the other states ever mention it. It's like Voldemort out of the Harry Potter. No one will mention this because it is enormously complicated, controversial, and nobody quite knows what it means, and nobody wants to mention that our unused entitlement is protected by it. This is federal law. It's standing federal law, and somebody needs to assert it someday to keep Arizona from taking our water. Oh, okay, so 2006, there was a bunch of droughts in 2002-03. The state started a negotiation process to try to resolve some of these conflicts. It ended up being the 2007 interim guidelines. CWCB and the Bureau at that point in time said we had 6 million acre feet of water for our entitlement. The Bureau actually said 5.75. Looks pretty good, because we were only using 4.5 then, so we had at least 1.5 million acre feet. That's enough to provide water for 10 million people in municipal water. So still looks pretty good until you get to the next slide. This is what we're actually getting today. It's 4.5 million acre feet. So we've given up 3 million acre feet of entitlement. It's going to Mexico and the lower basin, especially Arizona. Again, we're getting, in Colorado's maybe getting 2.6 million acre feet and versus 3.8 that we were promised. Utah, Wyoming, they're all in the same boat. We will probably, under the current regime, never be able to get to anything much above 4.5 million acre feet. Demand management is here, and what is that? It's trying to reduce our usage further. They're even taking the water we're using now away versus just preventing us from developing that new water. Section 603 says we're still entitled to that unused entitlement, but nobody will enforce it because it would probably result in litigation in the Supreme Court. Colorado does not want to go to the Supreme Court because it could be unpredictable, expensive, time-consuming, just like the Arizona v. California case was. So instead of taking it to litigation, we try to work with them, and Arizona mostly takes our water. Let's go ahead, one more. So this is what we're promised. Now go back. This is what we got. And that's 3 million acre feet of water that disappeared. And it's all going to Arizona and Mexico and evaporation losses on Lake Powell and Lake Mead. Okay, we really need to keep moving because this is this is a slide about Arizona's water use that was shown at Getchis-Wilkins Summer Conference by Tom Bishotsky. I put the red numbers on there. He had the percentages. I'm estimating how much water they use. This includes groundwater. They are tapping aquifers down there at a furious pace. One of the reasons they had to have the Central Arizona Project Canal was to take the pressure off these aquifers. If you all add all this up, they're probably using 7 or 7.5 million acre feet out of the Colorado River system. That's as much as our entire entitlement. It's 3 million acre feet more than we use. Mm-hmm. And they're not even on a sustainable path because when those aquifers go dry, they're not going to be able to get by with what they have. The key thing here is they're better than us. They got the Gila, Salt Verde for a source. They got this Colorado River for a source. They got the Central Arizona projects for a source, and they got the aquifers for a source. So even when they start taking shortages next year, if they do, they just shuffle the water portfolio around. They bragged about it in '68 that with all this, they would never take a shortage, at least in the short run. Whereas every time we have a drought, we take shortages. So they're kind of the pampered child in this. So, and they litigate together. Next. This is a slide from a paper written by Brad Udall at Colorado River Research Institute. The title of it is, "It's Hard to Fill a Bathtub When the Drain is Open." And that's what Lake Powell is. It's a bathtub with an open drain. We put water in it. It goes out the bottom to the lower basin in Arizona, California. Our minimum objective release is supposed to be 8.23 million acre feet out of Lake Powell. It's 7.5 million out of Article 3A and half of the Mexico obligation, which is 750,000, and they take the Paria River out of it. Since the 2007, well, we've always had equalization constraints, 602. They've never been great for us, but 603 said, hey, even if they go that way, you're not supposed to take our entitlement from us. But in 2007, things got worse. That big bar in 2011, there was a huge water year that year. A bunch of water flowed into Lake Powell, And instead of protecting us from having a compact call, it went out the bottom. And that water saved the lower basin from shortages for years. The other problem here is we're on a 10-year moving average. 2011 is 10 years ago. So that 5 million acre feet of compact protection is going to fall out. And at that point, it's just pure gift to the lower basin. We never want to see a release that big. It should have been spread out ideally for 1.5 million or 2 million feet so that it would have been spread out over a number of years. The second thing that happened under the interim guidelines, they started getting 9 million acre feet releases. Once that boon from 2011 was gone, there was a few years where we did 8.23, then they started getting 9 million acre feet releases because that's the way the interim guidelines were written. This is really complicated, sorry about that, but Arizona wrote a paper on what they did to us in 2005, 6, and 7. Their lawyers bragged about it. They described it in some detail. Basically what they said is, we think that the way that they're operating, the Bureau's operating the river is releases from Lake Powell is illegal, and they threatened to litigate. They demanded releases of 9 million acre feet. They actually started out demanding 10 million acre feet out of Lake Powell every year because that's what they needed to get rid of this structural deficit if we were in drought years without a surplus. And they kind of negotiated, we want 10, and then they go, okay, we'll just take 9. The demand management pool we're talking about here is 500,000 acre feet. It's going to take us an enormous amount of money and time and falling fields to fill that. We send 750,000 acre feet to the lower basin every year when they get these 9 million acre foot releases. They threatened us. We don't want to litigate. They won. We will get maybe better terms if maybe in a year or two we can actually get 7.5 million acre releases. The whole idea is we were supposed to have an equal amount of 9s and an equal amount of 7s, and they would average out at 8.23. But so far we've sent at least 11 million acre feet down to the lower basin, gifted it to them. If we had that 11 million acre feet in Powell, we'd have plenty of cushion. And the lower basin in Arizona would have taken shortages years ago. And not only did they threaten to litigate then, they threatened to litigate in 2026 if we try to go back. So they've already preemptively threatened to litigate us in the next round of negotiations in that paper. Again, this is going too long. The key thing is the top one. The interim guidelines, they were supposed to do one thing for the lower basin and one thing for the upper basin. The only one that's really happened so far is they delay the onset and minimize the extent and durations of shortages in the lower basin, which is exactly what I just said. We keep putting more water down there, Powell keeps getting stressed, and so, okay, and we're putting 9 million acre feet. I don't get much support for this position outside of our county, but a Southwest Roundtable member from a surprising place, she used to work in Arizona on the Colorado River, she basically said these lines, we cannot let the lower basin run over the upper basin again as what took place in 2007. I don't believe the upper basin should be trying to figure out how we don't use more than 4.4 million acre feet when our share is 7.5. I know what Arizona's philosophy and the beliefs are, and it is to get the upper basin to live way below their allocation so that the lower basin can continue to overuse. It's surprising that I have to go to somebody from Arizona to say this because nobody in Colorado will say this because they're just too afraid of Arizona. There's a huge amount of political power in Arizona and Congress. They have huge congressional delegations. They will litigate, so I understand the concern. But then too, we got to start protecting our entitlement. Demand management obviously is doing this. This is a great video once you get the slide. This is Brenda Berman. She was the Bureau Reclamation Commissioner up until last year. In 2018, during the worst of their drought, when the DCP was coming out and Arizona said they didn't want to agree to it and take these shortages, she threatened them and she said, waiting for a future secretary to somehow ignore the law of the river, and the junior status of Arizona is not how Arizona wants to deal with the risk on the system. Some say that even if Lake Powell declines to critically low elevations, the hard landing of the 1968 Act, which is what I just talked about, is Section 301 and Section 603, is unenforceable in the modern world. Arizona basically said, you're not going to shut us off, even though that's what the law says. In the absence of a drought plan, I predict enormous pressure from the rest of the basin on the Secretary to limit Arizona's diversions from the river and to use only Arizona's internal resources to fix Arizona's problem. She's basically saying she'll shut off the entire Central Arizona project if they don't come to the table and agree to take, they're taking some shortages now, but they're not a lot. We're almost done. Eddie Mueller in August 2018, he said, our fear is that we're not working cooperatively. We're not exactly very cooperative here, but I am trying to inform, and said, working cooperatively and openly in a very informed manner as a state, and we're going to end up putting West Slope agriculture as the sacrificial lamb on the altar of the Colorado River, because we're politically weak, we don't have much money, we don't have many water lawyers. So we're the weak link between the tribes and the Front Range and the Lower Basin and the NGOs and power, et cetera. So this is still a distinct possibility someday. Almost done. And in the last thing, I put through all the solutions we want vigorous defense of our compact entitlement, forest management. Forests consume more than 80% of the water in the upper basin. As temperatures rise, which they are, growing seasons get longer, the forests are going to take all the water in all of our rivers. We have got to manage our forests better. Everybody realizes it now. But as you lock up all those lands in that federal designation, if you prevent logging, you're going to have to wait for wildfires to deal with the forest management problem. Desalinization, the lower basin is talking about 4 plants in Mexico to generate 200,000 acre feet of water. It'll cost $4 billion at least, and $2,000 an acre foot. That's part of that augmentation plan. In 1968, they were either going to divert water from other rivers, they were going to do desalinization, it was too expensive back then, or cloud seeding. I should add that the study for that augmentation, they did do it. It came out in 1975. They kicked the can down the road to 1990. They've continued to do them periodically. They just keep kicking the augmentation down the road. But this desalinization is one attempt to do it, but 200,000 acre feet is not a lot to solve this problem. And none of it may go to take our obligation off. It may all go to the lower basin states because they're paying for it. Municipal reuse in Metropolitan is another one. It's kind of similar. They're going to take all of the water that goes into the ocean out of Los Angeles, treat it, and pump it back up to the top. Very expensive as well. Cloud seeding and phreatophyte removal. And that's it, almost. One more slide. We hope we can transfer the research I've done to Representative Boebert's staff. I hope she has someone in her natural resources staff that is willing, eager, smart, quick study. It took me 2 years to figure all this stuff out. Tom Bishotsky from Arizona tells you cannot understand the Colorado River unless you spend 2 years working on it. I hope you have a staffer that's got longevity. Because like I said, when I went to Scott Tipton's staffer, they had no clue what I was talking about. So.
And one is from Senator Gardner's office as well, and she's helping you with natural resources. And we have people that care about this.
Is Ann McCoy by chance? No.
Higgins.
Okay, great. Well, we need all the help we can get from you, because you may not need to do it now, but in 2026 there's got to be another bill. We wish you were there in 2018 when the DCP came through, and James Eklund went before your Water and Oceans subcommittee, and he sold it to you, and you know what he's doing now. He's working with water asset management, and he's buying up Grand Valley, and for him, demand management is just a Trojan horse to start putting water markets on the West Slope. And if we're in the water markets, the hedge funds and the cities are going to buy all the water, and we're going to get wiped out. All of our rural communities, all our farmers and ranchers. Maybe we should sell our water. I don't think so.
Go ahead, Ken.
No, I was just going to say to the chair, go ahead.
Well, first of all, thank you, Ed. Thank you, Ken, for being here. Thank you, Don, and the other people via Zoom, and thank you again, Congresswoman Boebert, and all of your staff members. This is kind of a big issue over here on the Western Slope. It's extremely complex, like we talked about earlier, and I think that we have sent everything to you or to your staff people. You have all of our numbers. Let us know how we can help you, and in respect of your time, because I know you have some other appointments that you need to get to also. We've used up a little over our hour, and unless there's any burning questions out there, I think we'll go ahead and wrap this thing up.
I'd like to throw out one burning warning.
Okay.
That when they throw out demand management, of course it makes sense to manage your water consumption, but like Ed said, phreatophyte removal, fixing the soil, managing predators makes sense. But they always throw these catch lines out with demand management, but it's going to be voluntary, temporary, and compensated. They don't tell you what's going to happen if there's not enough volunteers. They don't say how long temporary is, and they don't say compensated by whom.
Thank you. I really appreciate all of this information. Thank you for caring so much. Thank you for all of the time that you've invested in studying this on your own and revealing a lot of what's going on. And I want to be an asset to you and to the district. So Natural Resources, I made some really big pushes to be on that committee because I want to help our district. I want to help the people here. So this is something that I'm not just stopping in to make a presence. I really want to be involved in these decisions. So thank you so much for your time and informing us.
Okay, well, thank you guys, and thank everybody out there for coming. I do appreciate it. We are going to have more conversations around water, typically in the afternoons through our BOCC meetings. So more to develop, I'm sure, as these NCA new drafts come out. So with that, gentlemen, I'll turn it back to you. And do you have any movement or motions?
It's really important to us that we see that initial draft out of Senator Bennett's office. I mean, we kind of been shut off from the world down here. We'd sure like to get a look at that.
I'll be sure to see if I can get that sooner than you could, too.
Yeah, and we really appreciate input.
And send it to us as quickly as you can. Yes, sir.
Don't forget the no action option. I mean, everybody's talking wild and scenic, it's gotta be an NCA, and it's gonna be community-based. I love that from our BLM manager. If it's gonna be community-based, it should be a community conservation area, not a national conservation area. When you get national on there, you change the entire perception, the entire fundamental basis of what you're doing. If you want a community-based conservation area, make it that, not an NCA. But the no action policy is what this previous commission decided. We felt that was the best. Let the BLM continue to management. It's been in place like it is now since before the dam was built back in the 80s. So we've been running 40 years with the BLM running it as a piece of their BLM and the Forest Service. It's worked just fine. Don't bring in something that's going to end up like those boys did over there in St. George, Utah, where they promise you this, and then once you sign the dotted line, they start taking and all the rules. And they write, don't forget, they write all the rules, not you. They're going to write the rules, not you.
So you don't want to hear, I'm from the federal government and I'm here to help?
But Lauren, I like the kind of help that you can give us, so I do like your style.
Connie, I guess you actually were on our agenda. Do you have anything as far as? Okay, all right.
We're here every week.
Absolutely. Come.
Please.
Can you come up though so we can get him on YouTube? And
Can you come to the table, please, Connie? What's that? Sweet.
We owe it to you to introduce ourselves. And I'm very excited to introduce our new monument manager. This is Ray O'Neill. He's our manager here at Canyons of the Ancients, and he arrived on January 4th. And Ray, I'll let you introduce yourself.
It's good to meet you guys, and after our last presentation, I'm sorry to say that I'm coming from the great state of Arizona.
Did you take offense to the last hour of
No,
the
I did
presentation?
not. I did not. I'm coming to you from 5 years at Saguaro National Park outside of Tucson, and prior to that, Zion National Park in southwest Utah. So familiar with the Southwest, but still have a lot to learn, and looking forward to working with you.
Okay.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you,
Ray.
Thank you.
And my apologies to the two new commissioners. I haven't introduced myself in person, so glad to see you in full life color. And we plan to be here every month. That's the arrangement that the BLM has made with this Board of Commissioners to meet with you monthly. If you choose that you want something else, some of our other boards meet with us quarterly or as needed.
How about weekly?
Sure, we'll
No.
talk about that, Shak. If you really think you need to meet weekly, we are always available by phone or now Zoom or Teams or all those great virtual tools. But you know that we're always here to answer questions, meet with you, and that sort of thing. We appreciate the relationship that we have with Montezuma County and will continue to have, so thank you. And nice to meet you.
Nice to
meet
you. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie, and nice to meet you too, Ray. If you guys don't have anything else, that really is going to conclude our meeting. And
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
it's been moved and seconded that we adjourn this meeting. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.